And hello, I hope all of you can hear me correctly. I am Soti, a Road Runner, Community Manager for Hack the Box, and very happy and honored to have all of you here. Let me see some of the comments. I'm very excited because the purpose of this stream is the University CTF of 2022 Supernatural Hacks. I don't know if all of you are participants in the CTF. I will start with a small introductions. First of all, thank you all for joining the stream. Today we are going to have some live hacking workshops from yours truly, Hack the Box team. And of course, we are going to have not only from Hack the Box team, but also amazing guests like Pink Dragonian and our amazing sponsor, Ernst & Young. And of course, all this amazing initiative is leading to the University of 2022 that is starting tomorrow. So if you haven't signed up yet, don't miss it out. You still have the time to join if you go in ctf.hackthebox.com. So, and who can join? I think I will save all these things when we actually start in my presentation. I hope everyone is safe and healthy. Also, holidays are coming. So anyone that has family, friends, or even that are spending holidays by yourself, you're not alone. Ever. It's different to be alone than by yourself. Holidays are coming. Make sure to make the most of them. Rest, hack, or if you do not hack your way around happiness and have an amazing and wonderful time and be healthy. So let me start presenting my screen. If you want to name some of the things, where are you from? Anybody of Malaysia? No, I'm from Greece. It's raining like crazy here the past days. Winter is coming here. Let me start. Present. 1 second. I don't know how everyone is doing right now, or what are your plans, maybe for the holidays or for your CTF, also who anyone else is participating. 1 second, the screen. It's so difficult. Perfect. Pennsylvania, nice. So, revealing the supernatural hacks, CTF 2022 by Roadrunner. So, and of course, Hack the Box. So I said a little bit about me. I'm Soti, community manager for HTB, a hacker and a pen tester for years. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. And for years, also I'm 3 years now in Hack the Box, organizing all these amazing things with amazing team. We are having all these CTFs, all these meetups, all these events that we come to see you on site, all of these things that you leave for us to see. So this is me, and I work very closely with the community team and the marketing team and the content team and the infra team, almost everyone in the product team on Hack the Box. So what is this CTF is going to be this year? Oh my God. Perfect. So, the theme. This year we went a little bit far and beyond with the theme. We wanted to say that CTF and hacking is not very far away, and not CTF, hacking and magic are not that far away. So therefore we created this theme that we really much love about supernatural hacks. And like I forecasted it, it was a rainy day. The last leaf of autumn had already fallen, and it was a sign that winter is coming. All the students of Wizard Hacking School gathered by the fireplace, and they started reading about the competition of supernatural hacks. The tournament was held every 3 years, and it had 6 legendary challenges. However, though, it wasn't easy for them or for any other school or dorm to win, because dark pointy hats, the bullies of the Wizard Hacking School, were not afraid to bully the rest, cheat, and win the competition. Do you believe that you have your team what it takes in order to win this amazing competition? And so, yes, if it is a little bit themed, or you think that you have, it kind of recollects something, I totally recommend to all of you, if you want to distress, or if you want to take a hint about what is coming, yes, the theme, it is inspired from Harry Potter movie 4, one of my favorite ones, and we sit down with the team and create all this amazing theme and other things that you will see. And which are the other things? Theme and behind the scenes. First of all, we wanted to say that magic and hacking are not that far away. So we created a fusion of the magic and hacking culture. If you want, I have the link here and I will drop it also. I don't know. Perfect. I will drop it also here if you want to search which school are you. So you remember in Harry Potter that there was this amazing hat that you were putting on top and it was sorting you out in which school you fit best. We did actually the same with Hack the Box. So what we do is, first of all, we have invisible shields. Never unprepared. Of course, so we added some Latin magic. That is good because I'm Greek, so I could understand some stuff. And I knew this from history. So yes, invisible shields, more of the blue teamers, and more for people that are amiable. We have restless quills, the purple teamers. That is first wisdom, then war. And they sit down and prepare and gather all documents, and like a purple team. And they like they're playing chess, they assess the other before they attack. So they learn before they attack. Invisible shields is more about like shielding and preparing. And we have also underground swords. Actually, I was sorted out in the school, and I'm very happy. It is that we shall either find a way or make one. So if you do not have if there is no way, we will make one. The definition of hacking, actually, which hacking, if you know, it doesn't mean hacking in computers or anything. It means find another way around happiness, cleaning, anything. So for us, it's find a way around this. Find a way around hacking. And yes, we have also dark pointy hats, which are the bullies of the school. Veni Vidi Vici. I don't know if you will be sorted to them. I hope not. But okay, if you want to explore your bad side, I have nothing against it. However, you will have a whole school of a whole CTF or other schools trying to defeat that. Let me post the link here so you can all see where you can sort. Perfect. So now you can play around and see where in which school you are sorted. In which dorm, I don't know how's it called. And of course, all this theme that we say there is dark pointy hats and you have to defeat them. It is in order to stop bullying, to actually show that, first of all, with skills, it's all what you need to do in order to success anything, and patience and trying your best. All these malicious ways around are not always the best, especially when it comes to exploiting people. And now that we are hosting this CTF for 3 years now, this is our 4th year hosting it. And we are discussing about university students. We have seen that across the world, bullying, cyberbullying, and a lot of very unpleasant things around this area are actually participating around the world. And we wanted to stress out with this competition that there's no way to piggyback on others' faults or mistakes or who they are. Everyone, none is perfect. Perfection is jail. And try to love the rest. And if you ever feel that you are bullied or anything, I have some very nice comments in the end, some very nice links in the end that can help you. And our CSR and our donation for this competition is happening there. So yes, bullying is the worst wherever, in whichever environment is happening, and spread the message, love each other, and try to respect each other. I think this is the best. This is the best way to go. So, prizes. We came down to this. So, Prizes for this competition are next level. I know that I say this every time, but it's actually true. As Hack the Box is growing, also prize pool is growing, and where better to invest their money to the young people of the future. So the prize pool for this year is $50,000 and include cash, a custom trophy, which I'm going to teaser you in a few. Yes, so like in your school, you will have the trophy. You can put it in the school wherever you want. You can put it in a very nice cabinet. You can put it, I don't know, in the front of the school. It's actually very amazing. CPTS certificates, Certified Penetration Testing Specialist. It is the newest certification Hack the Box has launched. Is how to become a penetration testing specialist. And we give away to top 5 teams certificates and prizes and VIP subscriptions, swag. I forgot to mention it in the slide, but of course, custom swag and something really cool that I'm going to present now, but unfortunately is only for the first team. Let me see. So here it is. It is the Supernatural Hacks Cup. Our designers really wanted to have some dragons there. So the 3D Factory team that we collaborate with them for all of our trophies, I think they went above and beyond. This is the cup. I don't know if you're excited. I am very much because also thanks to our C-level, we get 2 cups every year. We get one to ship to you. Not only for CTF or Cyber Apocalypse, Business CTF, we have all these trophies, but they get 2, one to ship to the winning team and also one to have it at the office. I cannot wait to see this one because it has like this plexiglass thing with a 3D cube and the dragon. It's silver, it's amazing. So, lead challenges, not 1,337. Lead challenges in all type of categories, 20 plus, which will have easy, medium, hard in each category, web, PON, crypto, forensics, hardware, MISC, cloud, machines and AD labs, reversing, of course. So amazing challenges, but they will be themed as well. So if you want to see how is the press that is happening, the press that is published in the Wizard Hacking School, or how it is the machines that they use in order to get food, or the money that they use, or anything that they use in the Wizard Hacking School. All of the challenges are themed and are going to put you in this Wizard Hacking universe while you play the challenges. Reveal the mystery while you hack the content. It's going to be pretty amazing. I think the team, they say that every year they overdo themselves in the University F because they are, some of them, students themselves. So make sure to check out the content. The content also will be live afterwards in our platform via a track, and we will have write-ups on our blog, hackthebox.com/blog, to check out some cool blogs that we have there. And make sure, however, though, we will have all these, to join the competition. If you cannot because you're not a student, okay, it's okay. Then wait after Monday or Tuesday that we'll upload the track on the platform. Kudos to the whole team that created all this. And Hack for Good, as I said, in this competition, we really wanted, in this part of the competition, we really wanted to support a nonprofit. We do that every year in all of our CTS. And as I said, we wanted to support a cause that prevents cyberbullying for spreading or helps victims that are experiencing cyberbullying or bullying in general. So if you want, because this service for all of you that may have experienced something like that, make sure to go to cybersmile.org foundation and ask for help, see tips where you could go in order to get help or suggest help to someone. There are amazing articles, and you are beautiful and amazing as you are. No one can justify you. No one can say who you are. So don't forget your worth. And of course, we need to talk. At the end of the day, something very casual that someone would say. When you talk and hack, we have the live hacking workshops that we have. Okay, this is now something introductory about the CTF and some cool things. But We have then live web hacking from Pindragonian. He's solving some of the past Streamcoin challenge from past year University CTF. Then we have, I know that some of you would always love to see more blue content on Hack the Box. Therefore, we have our first blue content workshop with our newest addition in the team. Seb. Then we have how to land your first cybersecurity job. And we have Sam and I, our amazing account executive in sales team, that he's interviewing students and professors from some of the Ivy League schools. So if you want to get tips on how to join and do the best on your CV and where do you choose to go, make sure to watch this talk. Then we have a cloud hacking workshop from past year CTFs with amazing Panos. He's also part of the community team managing the CTFs. And I look forward for this one. Then we have an amazing from Marcel, again, our sales team that is showcasing how you can use the enterprise offerings in the University F. So in order to break it down, if you want to get next level solutions like the professionals that we have, we offer them also for universities. And Marcel will showcase how that can be done. So it's a semi-technical, semi-commercial talk. Then we have what would be, what the CTF or a hacking workshop would be without some banner exploitation, which is hard, I don't know about you. We have Zayad that he will show 101 banner exploitation, showcasing one of the modules of Academy that you can all play, academy.hackthebox.com, banner exploitation module, and you can do step-by-step, maybe with Zayad when it's time of the talk, or you can just enjoy it, and when it's up live on the YouTube channel, because all of the talks are going to be uploaded and separately afterwards in the talks, in the YouTube, you can solve them with him. Then we have the amazing Lorenzo from Ernst & Young, director for cybersecurity training in EMEA, and we will do a QA session. So if you have some questions that you want to ask Ernst & Young or him, how he came to this role as a high technical person, and some tips on how to achieve his career path or anything that you want, or how to get recruited, I think he's your guy. And of course, last but of course not the least, I saw his talk. It is mind-blowing, especially the start. I know we have many talks. Try to catch this one for sure. It's Ippsec, some advices he wished he had when he was starting. They are not only a prep talk, it's a technical and a life guidance. So while he teaches you some of the better commands to try and be more stealthy, he teaches you also how to hack life around, the whole mindset of the CTF and Hack the Box in general. So this is the plan for today. We're going to be quite busy for like 30 hours. So we have a good day, I think, ahead of us. And there's some UniCTF details. Start time tomorrow, 1 p.m. UTC. When time is ending, 7 p.m. UTC on Sunday. How you can join, go to ctf.hackthebox.com, support, join our Discord channels, and then you can deep dive on the UniCTF support channel, general, ask others, share tips. Now it is the time to prep. Don't forget that first comes, first served. So if you submit first the challenges, although the challenges points might drop, since you accumulated the flag first, that means you're up here higher on the scoreboard. And who can join? All unis of the world. And of course, as always, I wanted to say some kudos to the infra team, the devs, the content, the community, the marketing, operations. I don't know if I forget anyone, the heroes behind it. We have been organizing this CTF for months. Of course, the designers and everyone that creating all these amazing visuals. Thank you so much. We do not take it for granted. It is an amazing work, and for everyone that you will see, if you cannot join the CTF, make sure to say to your friends that are students to join. It is an amazing competition. And let the battles begin. The CTF is starting tomorrow. The workshops have already started. And what is requested from you? To sit back, relax, leave everything behind, and focus on some hacking workshops that are going to change your hacking mindset. They're going to teach you some of the latest hacking techniques, and they are from the Hack the Box SMEs. So that's it from me. I don't know if we have any questions. Let me see. Perfect. Okay. Everyone is very happy for blue team. Perfect. So for blue team, and the blue wall, as you see, for blue team, make sure to stay in about 1 hour. Now we will have the talk by Pink Dragonian. And after that, we have the talk about blue team hacking. Blue teaming in general, blue hacking. So I think that's it from me. We're going to go on a small break. Yeah, if you have any questions before we start with Pink Dragonian, make sure to leave them in the chat and I will make sure to answer them. Thank you so much, and I will be right back.
At the Steam coin.
I did a little bit of teaser by accident. I think also this frame is better. I want to apologize if the frame or the sound wasn't that excellent before. We had some problems for before we start. Guys, if I tell you that I learned yesterday that we will not have a studio in order to film, so this is my home. I tried to make the best of it. I'm sorry. We will not have a studio because we wouldn't have any power of the studio. What most amazing to happen before CTF, right? And before live stream. But at least I think it's okay now. I don't know if we had any comments as I teased. We will have Pink Dragonian now, showcasing some of the challenges. Let me see some of your comments. Perfect. Please, how can one join this competition? Anyone can join this competition. Yes, CTF without power is bad. Tell me about it. I will not go in these details. Now we have an amazing talk about hacking and about web hacking, actually, and some of his best techniques to use in order to use while hacking, and who best to show Pink Dragonian. Pink Dragonian, if you don't know him, he creates amazing content on YouTube. He is a famous hacker. I think he's still working with integrity. He is a part of the of the ICC, of the Global Talent Competition, and part of the Belgian team, and I think part of the European team as well. An amazing hacker, an amazing professional. He supports us in many of our activities. And thank you very much for contributing with the talk also today. I will not stay more here. I will give you Pink Dragonian and his talk about hacking Streamcoin from last year, University F 2021. And if you want also to hack it live, you know, it's accessible from the platform. You can go to hackthebox.com/challenge/tracks. I think in the tracks, there is a UniCTF, there is also their Streamcoin. So you can hack with Pink Dragonian at the same time. I will give you and myself some time in order to prep and to stream.
At the Steam Coin Challenge. In this challenge, we are dealing with a cryptocurrency provider set in a steampunk kind of vibe. We can do things such as create an account, log into our accounts, and then manage our Steam Coin wallet. We also notice a settings page, and this page allows us to upload identification documents. As you can see, this kind of mimics a very common type of new crypto exchanges popping up left, right, and center. But luckily, this challenge has limited functionality, which means that we don't get stuck in as many rabbit holes. Furthermore, we even get the source code of this challenge, and that is a game changer because we don't need to spray and pray the website with payloads. We can actually look at what the target is doing, craft payloads locally, and then execute them on the remote knowing they worked locally. Now let's start by looking at the infrastructure of this challenge, and it is fairly simple. We are communicating with a reverse proxy, and that reverse proxy is forwarding our requests to a Node.js application. And that Node.js application is in turn communicating with a CouchDB database. Now that you have an image of how the setup of this challenge looks, let's get into the fun part, the hacking. All right, let's get into it. And I'm going to start by looking at the code. And in specific, this database.js file, because this database is quite interesting. It uses CouchDB, which is new for me. Like, as you can see, they connect to it using a URL. But in this init function, we also see that it creates a table users, and then it creates the admin user. So the username is admin, the password is random, and then the verification document is the flag. So that is our goal. Our goal is to get the verification document of the admin. So how would you go about getting that? Well, a first quick idea could be to become the admin user. So let's take that as a first goal, become the admin user. But how do we do that? So a good first step would be to look at how the ACL, the access controls here, work in this challenge. And for that, we're going to go to the index.js, and this gives us all the endpoints and what happens when you visit an endpoint. For example, if you visit register, you get shown the register.html file. Well, if you go to one that is authenticated, such as the settings, we see that the endpoint just signifies what to do when you get that endpoint. It sends you the settings page. It never checks your authentication here. And that's because all of that is happening in middleware here, the auth middleware. So this is where we want to look if we're talking about access control. Checking our auth middleware file, we see that it is doing a lot here, but all of this has to do with JWT tokens. Now, JWT or JSON Web Tokens are a very common way of doing authentication or access controls on the web. So let's take a closer look at how this works. On the web, I'm going to go into Inspector Tools and I'm going to check out the storage here. But here you can see that we have a session cookie, and this cookie has a value, a JWT token. But as you can see, it is kind of hard to look at it in this way. It's very long and very strange. Well, luckily there are some tools for us that will base64 decode all of this and give us an easier way to look at it. For example, jwt.io. I've pasted the token here, and here we can see the three parts of the token. In red, we see the header, then we have the payload or the data, and then the signature. For the header, we see that we have an algorithm here. The algorithm here says RS256. We have a type, JWT. We have a key ID, which is the identifier for this key, for the public key being used. Then we have the JKU, and the JKU references a URL, very interesting. And then we have our actual data. And this data is obviously the most interesting part, because here we can see our username is Ping Draconian. So when the server gets a request, it will use the username in this data to see who is logged in. So if I want to be the admin, all I need to have is a token that says my username is admin. But when I do that, you see that the left here gets all empty because it cannot create a token for me. And if you think about it, I mean, if I were able to just change this and become the admin, then we would have a lot of issues on the web. So that is not possible. And that's all in the design of JWT tokens. So how does this work? Well, JWT tokens need to be signed. And this signing is what makes it special. And in this case, we have the algorithm RS256. What does that stand for? Well, R stands for RSA, S stands for SHA, and then 256 is the amount of bits in SHA, so SHA-256. And RSA, if you've dealt with cryptography in the past, you will know is an asymmetric cryptographic algorithm. So it uses a private key and a public key. Now, the private key, only the server has that. So the server has a private key, and using that private key, you can sign tokens. So you can sign the header and payload, get a signature, and make a valid token. That token you can then send across to the user. The user can read this token, but cannot edit it because it's signed, and the signature, well, the user cannot sign it without the private key. And that's because when you send this token back to the application, the server will verify the token. Using the public key, it will validate it and make sure that that signature is correct. If the signature is not correct, then, well, it won't accept that token. Now, how does it actually validate it? Well, it uses a public key, and usually that public key is, well, public. The server has it, and it's just stored on the server somewhere, or it's in an SSL certificate or whatever. But in this case, we are using this JKU value here. And this JKU value is interesting because it has a URL that hosts a JWKS file. And that is a key store. This stores the public keys for this server. So when the server wants to validate a token, it will visit this URL, get the key store, find the key with the right ID from the key ID, and then use that public key to validate the session token. And that's kind of how all of this JWT stuff works. Now, in this kind of configuration, there is the one really popular exploit that is, I think, the most common and that everybody that has dealt with it will think of in this case, and it's called JWKS spoofing. So how does that work? Well, imagine you're an attacker and you create your own private and public key pair. At this point, obviously, you can sign tokens with your private key pair, but the server won't accept them because the server is using their public key and not your public key. So all the attacker has to do to make their token valid is to make the server think that the public key that the server is using is the attacker's public key. So the server needs to use the attacker's public key, and then the attacker's session token is valid. So what can the attacker do? Well, they change the JKU here to http://attacker.com/jwks.json. Now the server will visit the attacker's domain, get the attacker's public key, and validate using the attacker's public key. And that is how an attacker could perform a JWKS spoofing. And that was my first idea when looking into this challenge. I need to do exactly that, a JWKS spoofing. So I went and looked in the source code to see if that was going to be possible. And in the source code, we can see here that it gets the headers from the JWT token. It's going to check if the JKU and the key ID header are present. And if that's the case, it's going to do this check. And this check checks for the JKU claim in the header. It checks if it starts with HTTP localhost on port lead. And if not, it's going to send an error, else it's going to actually verify the token. So that is an issue because, well, the scenario I just explained is not possible anymore because we don't control the local host. We don't have a way of putting files on the local host of hosting or malicious JWKS file on the local host. So that kind of breaks everything that I wanted to do. But now that I'm saying it, we have a way of uploading files to the local host, right? If we go to the application, we have this settings page, and on this settings page, we can do things such as upload files. That sounds very interesting, so let's try that out. What happens if I upload a file? So I've just uploaded a file, and I'm going to open it here, and we can see that my little apple is on the page under the /uploads path. So we have a way of uploading files to the server. Now, obviously, right now I'm uploading an image, which is not really ideal because we want to upload JWKS files, so that has to be a JSON object that, to be fair, I can show. Because we talked here about this JWKS.json file here. I can show the format of that because obviously it is in the source code. So if I scroll down in the index.js file, we see here that the router.get of the JWKS file, it looks like a JSON object that has your keys, which is an array that contains all of your keys. So we are trying to recreate this. Right now we're uploading an image, but we would love to upload something like this. We can look at how this upload functionality works in the source code. And for that, we're going to look at the post request to /API/upload. And here we see a bunch of logic that I'm quickly going to go through. So we should not be the admin, which we are not, so that's fine. We need to actually upload a file, and then we need to pass this function isValidFile. And if that is true, then we're just going to upload the file. So all that's really in our way is this isValidFile function. And scrolling up to it, we see that isValidFile is very simple. If our file name, if the extension of our file name includes any of these, then it is a valid file. So it's only performing a check based on extensions, not based on the actual content type. So what happens if we upload a JSON file, but we just give it the PDF extension? What will happen? Well, I'm going to show you. All right, so I've uploaded a PDF file here, and if I open it in the browser, it is a PDF, or the browser seems to think it's a PDF, but actually it's not a PDF at all, because as you can see, it has 0 pages. What's going on here? Well, let's take a look at the network tab in our inspector tools. I'll reload here, and let's take a look at what the server is actually sending us. And if I look at that, we see that it's JSON. It's an object that has keys. RS256 is the algorithm. It has the E, it has the N. This is my public key that I picked. And this is just accessible like this. Now, okay, I have my public key uploaded here. So what do I need to do? Well, I need to change my token. The username is already admin, and I need to change this JKU to my uploads URL. There we go. And I should send it across to the server like this, and that should hopefully work. That's a pretty lengthy process to do, so this has been automated in a nice way for this challenge. It's always nice to script everything that you are doing. So in this case, I have this get admin session token file that was part of the write-up, and we can use this. So I've just inputted all of my stuff here, and this is where I create where the RSA key pair is created. So we're going to generate a key pair. We get the public key, we get the private key, we get the E and the N, which are needed for our JKU data. This is the file that we'll upload. We then have a bunch of functions here, a register function, which just registers, a login function that logs in. We have some more functions here to JWT decode and encode just to make it easier, and then one to upload the document. And this is going to upload our JKU data as JSON as a passport.pdf. So, okay, what is this script actually going to do? It's first of all going to create a new account. It's then going to log in to that new account. It will then take the JWT token, so the cookie, and get the header and the payloads. It will then upload our malicious JWKS file to the server. It will get that URL and print that out. And now is where the magic starts. So our header is going to be different. Our header is going to have our JKU, which is that uploads directory or the file that we just uploaded. So our public key file. And then our key ID is just going to be pound in this case, which I've also set in the public key file. Then we also still have to change our username in the payload to be admin, because obviously if our username isn't admin, if we don't actually change the payloads, then why are we even doing this? This was the whole point, right? Now, the most crucial step is we can sign this JWT token using our private key. So we're going to grab the header and the payload and sign it using our private key. And we can do this because we just generated a private key for us, and we know that the server is going to use our public key file. And then we have our session token, and we can start using that. So, okay, let's run that. We see it signs up to an account, it does all the stuff, and it gives us a JWT token at the end for us to use. So let's go into our browser here and sign in to an application the way that it was intended by going into inspect elements and changing the session token directly. And now, if I reload here, we can see that our dashboard has changed. It now says admin panel is under construction, and that is because we are now actually the admin, which is just amazing. One slight issue, and that is that our settings page is also still under construction, and we still cannot get the flag. I mean, we are logged in to the account that has the flag, but we just cannot read it yet. And that is what the next part of this video will be all about. Now that I'm the admin, what is all the cool new stuff that we can do? Well, looking at the bottom of our index.js file, we find this new endpoint /API/test UI. And this one has this check: if our username is not the admin, we return a 403. So that means that this was not executable by us before. Now that we are the admin, we can actually use this endpoint, and that's amazing. So let's do that. This endpoint uses a path and a keyword which come from the body of this post request, and then it's going to run a UI tester.test UI with that path and keyword. What is this doing? Well, this test UI function is implemented in the bot.js file, and if I go there, then we see that this uses Puppeteer to launch a headless browser. And in that browser, it's going to create a new page. And for that page, it's going to go to HTTP localhost on port lead. And our path is going to be the path we supply. So at this point, we could be controlling something on the server end. This is really interesting because this gives us a lot of opportunities. We can control the file on this website that this browser on the server localhost is going to visit. That is very interesting. Because immediately I get an idea. What if I find an XSS vulnerability on this website? If I find an XSS vulnerability on this website and I send it to this bot, then the bot is going to get exploited by me, which means that I can execute arbitrary JavaScript on the local host. What can my arbitrary JavaScript do? Well, I can make, for example, fetch requests. So I can request more files from the local host. And immediately an interesting one pops to mind. If we head over to the database.js file, we see that this database is accessed via HTTP. And the credentials are even in just here in plain text. So what if I get an XSS on this bot, make it visit this URL and get all of the data out of the database using a fetch request through my XSS in JavaScript? Wouldn't that be incredibly cool? And that is immediately what I want to do. But before we go and find an XSS and try all of that out, let's first of all take a look at this test UI endpoint here, because I haven't yet tried to access it. Let's try to play around with it a little bit to see how it works. So immediately I head over to Burp and I'm going to send this request. So what is this request going to do? Well, it's a post request to our test UI endpoint with our admin session token and a random path and random keyword. And when I send that, I see that I get a 403 forbidden, request forbidden by administrative rules. What in the world is going on here? Like, there's nowhere in that source code of that Node.js server anywhere where this string is referenced. How does this work? Why is this being blocked? And this is where you should get reminded back to that earlier kind of graph we made, where we saw that we are not directly communicating with the Node.js server. No, there is a reverse proxy in between, and that reverse proxy might be doing some shady things. So let's take a look at how that actually works, because we have all of the config files. Here in config, we have the HA proxy config, and it starts with some stuff, the maximum amount of connections, a timeout stuff. We then have our front end HTTP in, which is going to bind to port 80. It's going to have a backend web, and that backend web is specified below here, where we can see that the server it uses is the localhost port lead, which is obviously connecting us to the application. Then it has these ACLs, 2 of them, and the bottom one is the most interesting one. So this is an access control. It's named restricted page, and it's triggered if the path begins with /API/test/UI. Okay, what happens then? Well, it's gonna deny any HTTP request if restricted page is true. So if the path begins with test UI, it's gonna deny that HTTP request, and that is exactly what is blocking us. So we have our whole path that we could start getting into to get the flag, but we can't because the reverse proxy is not allowing this endpoint. Damn, that is quite the bummer. But let's check out how this proxy actually works in the Docker file. So in the Docker file, it's doing a bunch of stuff, and here it's going to install a bunch of things, but also it's going to visit hproxy.org, download 2.4, source 2.4.0. That is the version it's going to download for this reverse proxy. What if there are any public vulnerabilities in this reverse proxy? Well, we can find out with a quick Google, I guess. So we Google for version 2.4.0, are there any CVEs? And some things hop up. So if we open this one, it says HTTP request smuggling, I guess that should be, in HA proxy. I found a blog post detailing it, and this blog post is amazing. Definitely check it out. But this specific vulnerability is an integer overflow that enables HTTP smuggling. Now in Burp, let's take a look at this specific vulnerability. So I have it open right here. And the thing is, we are not allowed to make a post request to API test UI. Right, that is our big blocker. That's what we're not allowed to do. But in this proof of concept here, we see that we make a post request to API/login, and then make a post request to API test UI. Why is this allowed? Well, for that, we need to know kind of how this reverse proxy actually works. So this proxy is going to kind of do two passes over your request. The first pass is a quick and dirty one. It's just to check if this request should be sent across or not. And that is because this needs to be fast. If you get like a million requests that needs to be dropped, if you're too slow in handling all of them, that's not nice. So this is a fast check. So it's going to go over it, the request. It's going to say, okay, post request to API login, host header is localhost, content length 0 AAAA, whatever's going on here, that's just a header name, that's allowed. Then it's going to say, okay, the real content length is 748. That's all of this. This is all data. This is a post request to API login. That is allowed. Even though here we have API test UI, this is just data of this post request to API login. So that's allowed. So, okay, that checks the first phase, that checks the first pass. It is allowed to be sent across to the backend. But now, well, it needs to be actually sent across to the backend. And that is the second phase. And in this case, it's going to again check, okay, post request to /API/login. Cool, host is localhost. And this is where it gets confused. Content length 0 AAA triggers an integer overflow in this reverse proxy. And that causes it to see the content length as 0. What does that mean? Well, that means that this is the request and 0 bytes are the content. So it sends this across to the backend server. And that is the reply that we see here. We see the missing parameters because we don't have the parameters for the login. But then all of this data is still stuck in the buffer of this proxy. And the proxy knows nothing better than to just handle whatever it gets in the buffer. That's how it goes. You make a request, it goes in the buffer, it handles it, sends it to the backend or drops it. But in this case, this is in the buffer, it has already been accepted, it has already passed that check, so it needs to be sent across. And that is why this also gets sent across to the backend and thus executed, and that is how we bypassed that check, making sure that we should not be allowed to make requests to this endpoint. That's all the theory. This works, but we don't get a reply back. So we need to find like a blind way of seeing that we get this request back. But for now, let's assume that this works and let's go and look for that XSS. Because remember, if we get an XSS on this endpoint, we can actually do a lot of interesting things. Now, finding an XSS can be quite difficult here because there's not a lot going on, but you have that upload functionality. That is like a gold mine. Remember what kind of files we could upload? Here we can see we can upload JPEGs, PNGs, SVGs, and PDFs. SVGs are very interesting because they are XML, a markup language. HTML is also a markup language. What would happen if we would just put a script tag like this in an SVG image? So this is the image. It has a nice script tag here. So let's try that out. Let's see if we can upload this, what will happen with the result. So I'm uploading this file, I visit it, and I get an alert. Okay, that XSS worked. That is great. Now, knowing that we have an XSS, let's make an XSS that pings back to us. So in the back here, I have ngrok on, and I have a listener on port 555. And ngrok is set up to receive requests on this ngrok domain and send them to my local host. And this is just for me to kind of tunnel my local host, which is protected from outside which is not exposed to the internet, whereas this ngrok endpoint is. So the server can actually access that. You could also just have your own internet accessible server or use like a post bin or stuff like that to get these requests. But fine. Okay, so we have that URL. Now I'm going to make a new SVG, and this one is going to have a script tag once again. I'm going to create a new image, and I'm going to set the source of that image to my domain here. So if the server is going to access this, if it wants to view that image, it has to get it from my domain, and I will see that it requested that. So I'm going to upload this image to the web, upload the SVG, and I'm going to copy its name, because this is the moment where we can find out if our HTTP request smuggling actually worked, right? Because we only get the output from this login, We don't get any output from this post request, but we think it's being executed on the backend. Now, if it is being executed on the backend, then we should get a callback in a bit. So let's try that out. Send this. We get a response back. Let's go to our terminal, and we see that we get a GET request to visited, saying visited is true. So the server actually did visit this endpoint, which is just amazing. We got an actual visit by the local host. So this means that we are so close to solving this challenge, because let's have a look at the final payload that solves this challenge. This is it. Again, very simple, SVG with a script tag. But the main thing that we do is perform this fetch request. This fetch request is a fetch to the local host on port 5984, which is where that CouchDB database lives. We then go in the users table, the admin, we get the admin data. We obviously also send the basic authorization, authentication token. So here, basic and an admin, you wouldn't download a couch. We make that request, and if we get a response, we then create a new image and set the source of our image to our endpoint again with the response, the verification document ready for us. So we will get a callback with the get parameter flag that has the flag of this challenge as the result here. I went over this payload a bit quicker because I've already spent a lot of time on this video, but you should be able to figure this out how this works on your own. And if not, be sure to hit me up later, send me a message, a DM or something, and I can explain it. But the moment of truth, let's see if this actually works. So I am going to go here, upload this exploit, copy the name, go to burp, paste in the name and make the request. And now let's check my listener, and we get something back. This looks a lot like a flag. Let's quickly check if this is the actual flag. So if I make this bigger and I do decode URI, and then of this flag, and we see that the flag is hack the box. I downloaded some couch, and that is how we finally solved this challenge. And that is all that I wanted to show you guys today. I hope you enjoyed this write-up. If you have, then I also have my own YouTube channel, Pink Draconian, so go subscribe over there and follow me on Twitter. That would be greatly appreciated. And without further ado, I'll leave you guys to it. Have a lovely day, everybody.
And that was Pink Dragonian. I don't know about you, I loved his talk. I always also love his videos. Thank you very much for joining. I don't know if my team is listening, but if it's possible to drop his links on the chat, of course, we will have them in the descriptions also down below. And if anyone else also, Pink Dragonian, hi, I'm so glad that I see you in the chat. I'm very happy that you made it. Yes, indeed, very nice video. And because some of you asked, where will you find, of course, the talk will be later updated in our YouTube channel. And you are able to play the challenge through our platform, where we host all of our challenges. And we have a special track from University CTF. I will let you rest, relax a little bit, have a coffee, have some water, something. And right after, we will go with the blue teaming content that you are all of you waiting. Let me share some teasers about it. First of all, it's from Seb. He's a new member of Hack the Box. I mean new because I feel like 100. I'm here since the start. He has created something that is very cool. We have never showed something like that. And yeah, and he will teach you something. Actually, he, you know, that we want always to include more and more and more in cybersecurity and in our platform. That is why we are having this content. And if you like blue team content and you want maybe something about this CTF like that, you want maybe a webinar if you are more in the if you're a professional in the B2B content and you want something like that, make sure to leave it in the comments. Seb will be right after. First of all, we will have his talk, and then he will be live for some Q&A. I will let you all do your break, and we will be right back.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
And yes, I did it again. For some reason, I don't know. There is an update in StreamYard, but okay, I teased what is coming. So, the next thing that we're going to show today, it is from the amazing Seb. He is called Sebastian Hag. I don't know if you pronounce it correctly, and he's going to solve some of the blue team content challenges that we had in last year's CTF, in University F 2021. And after, he will join for a live Q&A. So all challenges from last year, as I said, are live on the platform. So while we have the talks, you can always go and check them out, or afterwards, because as I said, yes, the stream will be saved in YouTube, and also the talks will be posted separately. You will be able to play the challenges as long at the same time that you see the videos. So I'm leaving you to the one and only Seb, and I will leave you guys to do your blue team thing.
Hello, good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are in the world at a minute. So you just had the live web hacking University CTF 2021 web challenge explained. We're now doing the reverse of that in essence, and doing a bit of a talk through one of the challenges from last year, and that is blue content / forensics explained by myself, who is Seb H24, or Sebastian Haig if you want to find me on LinkedIn. My role here at Hack the Box is the defensive content lead, and I've been here for about 3 months now, so I'm fairly new to it. So keep your eye out for blue team content that will be coming at some point. Anyway, without further ado, let's just jump straight into it. The activity I'm covering today is a challenge called Keep the Stream Activated. I won't be accessing this in the usual manner. I'll be accessing this. I've downloaded this already in advance. I had a bit of a play around this last night because I know I've only got 30 minutes to go through this today. So I did open it in Network Miner last night. I had a quick gander through the PCAP, but then got a bit distracted doing other bits. So I guess the first thing I do when I go into a file, so I've got Network Miner ready there. I can just ls-alh on this and have a look at the size of the PCAP. I want to make sure it's not too big, so I can open it up in Wireshark. I know previously, when sort of dealing with incidents where I actually have had PCAP data, the PCAPs come in pretty large file sizes, and in my experience, anything over 1 gigabyte simply just will not open properly in Wireshark. It'd be very slow to parse. I'd probably want to use something like TSpeedump or Network Miner to get an overview of that before we go in. Before just delving into this, let's have a look at what the README says, which is the network in which our main source of Steam is connected to got compromised. If they managed to gain full control of this network, it would be a disaster. So what I take from that is I believe a compromise may have occurred. If they managed, I guess, gain potential domain admin or administrator or higher privileges, it will be a disaster for whoever we're working for here. So knowing it's a PCAP, the first thing we're going to do is just open up Network Miner. A big shout out to Ippsec who designed this, something I've used pretty regularly when dealing with PCAPs. No updates. Let's check. Okay, brilliant. Network Miner is open, and what we can do is just drag our capture into there. Okay, great. So if I look to the right, I'm just keeping an eye on the time I've got left to go through this. It is a bit of a fast fire round. And what we can see in here straight away are a variety of hosts. It does check or attempt to confirm the operating system for you. And what I like to do instead of going by IP address ascending is go by sent packets ascending. To see which are the busiest hosts on the network. As you can see, the DC, probably expected, is the busiest here. With a large amount of sent packets, then got the Linux box. 2 Windows, two Windows standard Windows machines. If we look at the actual ports that we can see open on there, so NetBIOS, so probably not a wide variety in there. And then machines are port 80, port 4443, and 8080. So 80 is used for web services. 4443, I believe, is a sort of alternate means of communication for port 443, so HTTPS. 8080, often used for things like proxy services and bits like that. And we can see on here the ports that have been utilised are so port 445 is NetBIOS 135, and 49734, which don't quite know what that is, probably a high ephemeral port. And then we got 5985, which is WinRM by default, so that's Windows Remote Management. Okay, and the next thing I like to do while going into this is just jump into files and have a look at what is pulled out already. What we can see, it has pulled out are a couple of files called n.exe, rev.ps1.txt, wsman, which once again, if you look here, indicates WinRM activity on port 5985. What else do we have in here? Drop.ps1.txt, once again, that's also pretty unusual to see. And we can see the source host for that is 192.168.1.9 on port 80. So I believe it's likely hosting web service that's probably hosting the files we can see there. So that's rev.ps1 n.exe. And also drop.ps1. I believe Netminer adds the .txt to scripts just to avoid you executing these accidentally on your own host. But what we can do is just open that folder up. We can see the 3 files that are in there. So we're just going to. I like to put them all in one place. We don't have to do this, but I'm going to copy these to my artifact folder that I created earlier. Okay, great. Now, a quick thing I'd like to do here is just drop these into VirusTotal. I guess it's probably the best way forward from here. So let's open up our browser. And VirusTotal. Okay, brilliant. Now, okay, brilliant. So we've got VirusTotal open here. We can just simply drop n.exe into there. And what we can see here immediately is it looks like potentially netcat. Okay, netcat. So that's most likely what this is. Like I said, I've only really ever seen it used maliciously. I do know some sysadmins may use it to test open ports and bits like that. I personally think if you're doing that, you should probably just use PowerShell or even PuTTY if you have it on your machine. Okay, now these other bits, what we can do is just open these within VSS. Okay, great. What we can see here are, if we just go to word wrap, it's very, very, very obfuscated. What we can make out are, so obviously, yes, via start, we see a variety of invoke commands. Looks like invoke some kind of stream here. But I think the key points to note here is 192.168.1.9 and port 4443. And once again, it's our Linux box that I believe, looking at this, is probably malicious on this network. If it was a live incident, I'd probably get in the client or whoever I'm working for at that time to immediately isolate this host and locate the host 192.168.1.9 internally, as it is a private IP address. Okay, great. And the drop.ps1, SVO, new object, IO members tree. Okay, so what we can do here, if we need to, is just copy and paste this out and use something called Cyberchef. Okay. So we'll go from base 64, and what we'll see is like compression mode decompress. So what will most likely fit this will be a raw inflate. But what I like to use is something called magic, just to confirm that. And once again, we can see raw inflate fits the bill here. So we go raw inflate. Okay, so MZ is likely some kind of executable. Scroll down. We can also see once again web proxy, a default web proxy is defined within that, and that is 192.168.1.9. And what we're going to do though is just save the output of this. Yeah, I'm going to save the output of this and just hit save output to file. We'll call it artifacts, artifact1. And we can just save this, save file, yep. We can open the directory up where it is. So that should be in downloads now. Okay, I'm going to copy this and just place it once again into the relevant directory. Please don't judge me for not using the command line when doing that. I think it was easier in that case to do it this way. Okay, brilliant. So what we can see here, if we hit type in file and go artifact1, it's a, okay, yeah, that's good. So portal executable for Windows. Okay, perfect. So let's just, while we're here, let's drop that into VirusTotal as well and see what comes up. Okay, yeah. So we see it looks like some kind of dropper. I find a good place to go on here is community. Okay, brilliant. What we see is Thor has got a match to that. And the match is some kind of Covenant launcher or Covenant stager. If you were to do a quick Google as to what Covenant is, for everyone's awareness. Okay, probably put C2 in front of that. So it is a command and control platform used by red teamers. Okay, excellent. Very quick start guide. Okay. Fun with Covenant C2. I like to have a quick read of these in a bit more detail usually. I haven't had much time today. But I'll have a gander as to how Covenant works. We see it launches things called grunts. That's probably like the victims or clients as part of this. Okay. Yeah, we can't get too much more from that, I don't think. But this would indicate that the machine that's running on this network is either a proxy or potentially a compromised host running traffic to a Covenant server eventually. Okay, excellent. So I guess we have confirmed initially that the 192.168.1.9 host is malicious, and the 1.10, so the DC, is likely compromised. Okay. What else do we need to go into here? So I think now it's probably a good time to get this PCAP open in Wireshark. We know so far the ports of interest are ports 80, 4443, and 8080. And what we have also seen is a variety of traffic on WinRM. So I guess all the ports that are open or that we have seen to be used on that host. So we'll see out of that. And what we can do is just open this capture up in Wireshark. Okay, brilliant. So what I like to do initially is just have a quick gander at what we believe potentially the immediate hosts of interest. So IP.adder equals 192.168.1.10. Okay, great. So that's our DC. That's what we're parsing this on at the minute. We can see there's a variety of generic SMB traffic here. I think what I'd like to do initially is just have a quick scroll down and see if you see anything of immediate interest. Okay, so the first thing we come to is the get rev.ps1. Is that one of the files that we have had a look at already? Okay, yes, it is. Okay, perfect. So we have had a look at that file already. What we can see is that this was the quite deobfuscated PowerShell. And what we can see here is 192.168.1.9 and 4443. What I'd like to do initially, though, is obviously that's on port 80, is just have a look at all the relevant traffic for this host on that port. Okay, we'll see shortly after that they also got the netcat.exe file, which we confirmed already. And then there's not any real traffic on port 80 for quite some time until we're looking at the WSMan. User administrator, which looks like it indicates potential WinRM at some point. Okay, so let's come back out of this, and what we're going to do now is just have a look at the traffic that we saw on port 4443. I'll work our way through that. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so we can see here, so invoke expression, the object. So what we're going to do now, while we are here, to make this easier to see, is just view as a TCP stream. Okay, so here are my host names. So we believe that Corp A. Smith, so a domain account at Corp A. Smith has at some point been initially compromised. The PCAP doesn't quite detail, I guess, how that could have happened, so we'll leave that. What I'd probably do is ask for a variety of artifacts to be pulled back from the DC itself. Okay, corp-dc, ntdsutil.exe. Okay, so we can see that they've in essence, made a copy of the ntds.dit. That file is a database that stores a variety of sort of AD data, generic information about users, objects, groups, and a variety of other bits. And they've also then copied both the system and security registry hives. They've then downloaded the netcat.exe from what we believe is a malicious internal server, potentially a C2 or a proxy. And they've saved that to public music n.exe. Once again, we'll look at retrieving that from the host just to double confirm, but we believe we've got that in a PCAP anyway. The then does use certutil to, I guess, save this as some kind of certificate, but base64 encoding all of that as well, as we can see there. And they've outputted that to temp ntds.b64. And they've then done the same for the system hive, but not security, and that's fairly interesting at this point, I think. So they've only wanted to retrieve 2 files, and then outputted those using netcat with its standard sort of syntax on port 8080. Okay, brilliant. So I guess what we can do now is just move back over to port 8080 and see if we can actually find that relevant traffic. Okay. So we're going to change this to 8080. Okay, so we see it start the conversation here. And as soon as the push begins as transfer of data, we can see what is the certificate as expected. Just there. Sorry for hitting my microphone then. Okay, excellent. So if we just have a look down here, I'd expect to see some kind of equals at the bottom to indicate this is base64 encoded data. Oh. Wait for a second for this to load. Okay, brilliant. And if you just take this right down to the bottom, you see, yeah, the equals there. Instead of copying this out, that'll take a bit of time to scroll all the way up, and not the most amount of time to get to the rest of this today. So I'm going to just save this into the artifacts directory, and we'll call this. I believe it was the ntds.dit that went first, and that's the first one to come up in the packet. So I believe this is likely the ntds.dit. We will double check that though. Okay, excellent. Now, if we just come back into this, and what I will do, just in case, is I will mark that packet. Okay, excellent. We'll go back to this. We're still on that packet, and what we can do now is just scroll down, and at some point we should see the start of a fin app. Okay, so that packet is marked. Yep, okay. Okay, and there's the initial transfer of the other data that we saw. It's a real shame Network couldn't pull this out, to be honest with you. But that's what we got this for. Rather than checking at the bottom, we're just going to straight away save this. And this is likely the system hive, as we saw that transfer a second, didn't see anything else. And we will save that as system. Okay, brilliant. Now, I'm not immediately sure exactly what this would be used for. So I'm just going to pause the stream very quickly because I haven't got the most time to go through this. I'm going to do a bit of research as to, I guess, what the ntds.dit and system can be used for. Okay, brilliant. So I'm back in the room, done a bit of reading as to how we can potentially get around this and what, I guess, the system hive and ntds.dit file are often used for. And so what we can actually do, as we see here on this site, ired.team, is dump domain controller hashes both locally and remotely. And you can see here is quite familiar, the commands we're seeing here on victim machines. Similarly, they've obviously also dumped out both its system and security registry hives, and then taken them across their local machine. But I think a key point here is that we can see they've used int packets, secrets dump, to actually grab the NTLM hashes offline. So I think we're going to try that here and just see what can potentially be taken from this, because that'll give us a bit of an idea as to what the attacker may have done next. So if we just close this down and close this down, we're just going to here, we'll CD. Let's make this a bit smaller, and we'll CD into desktop forensics CTF. That's forensics stream. Okay, we can probably just copy this pretty much exactly as it is. Okay. Secrets dump. Rather than doing the bin, it's already defined there, and then we'll do system, and that should be artifact system file. And then we haven't got the security. What we're going to do initially is just miss that. And then we'll do -ntds, and that'll be artifacts ntds.dit. And then we'll type it hit local at the end. Okay. Okay, I see what we've got to do here. That is all base64 data right now, so let's CD back into artifacts. Okay, we'll cat the ntds. Okay, as it's okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do is just move ntds.dit to ntds.dit-b64, and we'll do the same for our system. System-b64, and then we go into cat system b64 and then output that to base64-d, and then we can save that as system. Okay. Okay, I forgot to take the top and bottom off this certificate. Okay, so what we can do is just go into artifacts. We'll very quickly just delete this, and we can drop this into here and delete the top line, and bottom line that. There we go. And file save. We'll do the same for our ntds. I'm hoping I've got these the wrong way around. I'm pretty sure it's ntds first and then the system hive after that was transferred. So based on that, I think we're bang on. Okay, perfect. Let's save this. Okay, excellent. Okay, we'll minimize that and we will try that again. Okay, perfect. And that this time has worked. And we can confirm that by hitting file system. We can see that's Windows registry file. So I think we got this the right way round. We're going to do exactly the same for ntds.dit, and we'll just, there we go. And then if we found that, perfect. So I think we're very much on the right road here. And now what we can do is just CD out of here. And as discussed, we can look at using our previous command, being in packet secret dump. Okay. So you see it's decrypted hashes and it's dumped out the NTLM hashes for, I think the key point here is our administrator account. And remember earlier we did see that used with WinRM. Not long after we saw the initial malicious traffic. And we'll just confirm that by going into TCP.port equals 5985. There we go. We can see the initial auth here with the user administrator. So I think it's safe to assume at this point that the user administrator has most likely been compromised. Our only issue is we can't actually see any of the traffic as within our packet capture. So I'm not quite sure where to go from here initially. It's probably worth Googling to see if we can potentially, like, now we got the hash, decrypt that in some way, shape or form. So what I'm just going to do is go to Google and just go decrypt WinRM. Okay, and we can see here that there's a script that exists for decrypting WinRM using a password or an NTLM hash, which is what we do have, which is brilliant. Okay, so if we just go into here, 3. Okay, excellent. So let's go get clown. Okay, get clone, and then we'll paste this into here. Okay, brilliant. CD decrypt WinRM pip3, and then we'll. Okay, perfect. pip3 install -r requirements. Okay, so requirements are already satisfied, which is brilliant. And then in terms of how to use this, so we've got the Python 3 WinRM decrypt, and then you go for the packet capture. Which in advance of that, to save processing time, what I'm going to do is just TCP dump out all the WinRM traffic anyway, and that should make our life a bit easier. Capture.pcap, and then we'll go port 5985, and we should see a variety of traffic there. -w WinRM.pcap. Okay, TCP-NR WinRM, let's confirm there's stuff in there, and there is. Okay, brilliant. So that's made the processing of that a bit easier. Okay, good. So now if we just run Python 3, WinRM decrypt.py -n, and that wants our hash. So let's scroll back up there, and we'll just copy this out. Okay, let's paste that in, and then we need our packet capture. So that'll be .winrm.pcap. Okay, perfect. So we can see there's a variety of strings there. What we're likely going to have to do here is just output that to a file. So decrypted.txt. Okay, perfect. So let's that decrypted.txt and pipe that into a more. Okay. Okay, let's make this full size. I'm doing this. We'll just collapse that subterminal. So we see what it looks like here, a large base64 encoded command, which is of immediate interest, to be honest with you. So what we can do is copy and paste that. And we'll use Cyberchef again for this. Okay. Okay, so protocol version, PowerShell version. So nothing much of immediate interest in there. So let's keep on coming down. Where are we? And see what else we can find within this. Okay, and that looks like pretty much everything in there. So let's go through that again. Okay, so that is the only thing of real immediate interest within that basic 40 coded content. What I'm going to do is make sure we haven't missed anything is copy and paste that into here. Okay. Okay, so there's nothing of real value within there. What we're doing now is just put that into less this time, because I believe there may have been a few bits that we missed. We can see a lot of the stuff has been base64 encoded anyway. You can see a shell there. We can see some additional strings here, so stream name std out. It is also base64 encoded content. So that'll be what has appeared on screen. And what I'm going to do is just copy and paste this into Cyberchef as well. Okay, brilliant. Okay, once again, nothing of huge value within there again. We're just going to do this for each stream that we do see. Okay. So let's keep going here. Okay, amazing. So I did put a pause on that very quickly as I went through this sort of one by one, all the way down the file to make sure there was definitely time to get this. What we can see here within the actual WinRM decrypted data is after going through, I guess, each STD out that has been base64 encoded, that you can actually get flagged eventually. And that is HTTP, nothing is true, everything is decrypted. So that, I guess, at a high level, is my talk through of a challenge. I know it was quite fast. We had to get it done within 30 minutes. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and I am here for any questions that you do have. Thank you very much.
And that was Seb solving some blue content from last year's university, some of the last year's forensic challenges. Yes, I understand. I saw some of the comments. The screen might be too small, but that is okay because, first of all, you can jump in right after, and you can listen also to what the Seb is saying while you're going to solve them by yourself on the platform. And now that we're talking about Seb, he is here with us in order to do some live QA. If you have any questions or for tomorrow. So I will jump in and add Seb to the stream. Hello, Seb. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly, loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, not bad. Apologies for the text being a bit too small there. That's probably one of the first videos I recorded for quite some time. So I do apologise for that. I guess if I don't get any questions, feel free to just hit me up.
Perfect. I have some questions that I picked earlier from Discord, and that would be if you could name like top three tools that someone should get his or their hands on in order to get better. What would you suggest? What are your go-to?
Is this for forensics or DEFA? Is this for the blue side?
For the blue side, yeah.
Okay, so I think in terms of tools, I mean, initially I think getting hands on command line, understanding how to use a command line is probably number one for me. Because a lot of what you do in DEFA can go back to that, especially in enterprise-based forensics when you're talking about a lot of big data. It's very hard to just, I think gone are the days now where you get a full image for every investigation, you slam it into Autopsy or Axiom, and you press go. Gone are those days now. A lot of time now you're getting like phase one artifacts back from a CAPE output, and that can include things like Windows event logs, Amcache prefetch files, MFT, for example. So I think CLI originally. Moving from that, probably the biggest tool I've used on Windows hosts would be Zimmerman's toolset. Eric Zimmerman's got a wide variety of tools that exist. I think getting your head around those tools is probably, I would say, more beneficial than what we call traditional forensics. And then after that, I'll probably go for some kind of SIEM tool. A lot of the data I get, I like to ingest into a SIEM tool. My tool of choice is Splunk, massive Splunk fanboy, but ELK can be just as useful. And a lot of the time now when you go and work for organizations, they've got big data tools, SIEM tools, be that XDR, EDR, or something similar. And if you get your head around the search syntax of a couple of them, you can transition between them quite easily. So that's where I'd go.
Perfect. Thank you for the tips. And something else in order for the people to meet you that now you're joined the Hack the Box family. When and why you joined the Hack the Box?
So I used to play a lot of Hack the Box quite some time ago. my transition into the industry, it was originally blue team, but I felt like I wanted to learn a bit of red. When I was in the Air Force, I had a fair bit of time to do so. So I used to do a lot of that. I went from over the wire into Hack the Box. And then me and Igor earlier this year had a chat, and I was quite surprised at being approached about potentially working at Hack the Box one day. And I thought, hey, I may as well interview for it, and we'll see how it goes. It'd be a dream place to work. And I guess here I am now, doing something that I do love, which is defensive content building with a real focus on realism. I want to go away from challenges where you just get a memory dump and someone's run Mimikatz on it, and that's it. I want to add a real scenario and story focus to everything that you investigate on the platform. So
perfect. And something without teasing or giving away too much, something that you are working on now that you are very excited and you can share a few details?
I can't share too much, but I think really focusing on the story and background and making sure we can simulate like a large corporate environment for each blue team challenge that we create. So I think that focus on that is what we're really honing in on right now.
Thank you for sharing all these details. If you have any more questions, make sure, guys, to leave them in the YouTube channel. Thank you also for for dropping by, Seb. We're going to go now on a small break. Thank you so much for joining.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And as I said, we're going to go on a small break and buckle up. Take your drink of choice, and then we are coming back with an amazing talk from Sam Nai and some of the top of the world universities from top universities, and the students and professors that are going to share the stories about CTFs, how to land your cybersecurity career, but more hacking content is coming up. We are having cloud hacking, and we are having also Ippsec coming up. We have Marcel giving a talk on how you can use as a university professor or a student our dedicated labs, and in general our enterprise services, and what else? And of course, Ernst & Young, they are coming back, our sponsor, in order to do a live QA with all of your questions on how to actually get recruited and be successful in your cybersecurity career. I'm going to leave you now. I don't want to take any more of your time, but it will be a very small break, like 1 minute, because we're a little bit off schedule, and we will get back on track. Bye.
Firstly, welcome everyone. Thank you very much.
And we are back with Sam Nye and his amazing panel that they are going to showcase some tips on how to land your first cybersecurity career.
Firstly, welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining this panel session. It should be extremely relevant and extremely interesting to the vast majority that are attending this. Obviously, we have the university CTF coming up very soon. And as part of that, we've managed to gain access to a great set of panelists who will be able to give their insights on tips on how to land your first job in cyber or cybersecurity. We have insights from some recent graduates, some hiring managers, and also from a recruitment consultant's perspective. So we should be able to go relatively broad here in terms of the information that we provide. It would be my honor to present to you the panelists that will be going through this and answering some questions to help you out in your future careers. So firstly, I'd like to introduce Donato Capitella from Ippsec. Donato, are you available to give a bit of an intro?
So, hello everybody, my name is Donato and I am a principal security consultant at Ippsec. And I've been looking after hiring graduates in the company. I actually run our graduate scheme. So I've got quite a few things to share with you guys.
Amazing. Thanks, Donato. Appreciate that. We then have William Jardine, also of Ippsec.
Hi guys. My name is Will. I'm managing consultant at Ippsec. I basically help run our UK consulting team and work quite closely with Donato.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate that. We then have Dan Hathaway, who is a director of a recruitment firm, Secure Source. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Sam. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I work for a company called Secure Source. We work on the search and recruitment of cybersecurity people. I have done for a number of years. Yeah, that's me.
Brilliant. Thank you. We then have another perspective, one of which is Sam Decker. Sam, hello.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Sam. I'm a student at University of Tampa right now, and I'm in my senior year, so I graduate in the spring, and I'll be working with Raymond James after I graduate.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sam. And similarly, we then have Nevin Bill. Nevin, you're available to introduce yourself.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Nevin Beal. I'm also a senior at the University of Tampa, graduating soon, and I will also be working at Raymond James along with Sam.
Amazing. So we have a great panel here, as mentioned. So I've prepared some questions, and what we'll do now is start to go and delve into those. So firstly, as a bit of an introduction, so although we often talk in general terms about the cybersecurity skills gap, and that is heard very often across the industry, landing a graduate or entry-level role in cybersecurity isn't easy and can be extremely competitive. We all know and understand that. Quite often, a large number of smaller and mid-sized firms don't have entry-level jobs or graduate schemes in place. So formalized graduate schemes can be the preserve of larger organizations, leading to intense competition for a smaller number of slots. There are many more graduates now leaving STEM disciplines, and also there are an array of industry certifications, meaning that organizations don't always need graduates for entry-level roles. So therefore, today, we wanted to give you a multi-perspective panel discussing some top tips for landing your first entry-level job after graduating. And we've already introduced the panel here, so there's going to be some great insights into this. So firstly, to start, I'd like to direct the initial question to Nevin, if possible.
Sure.
So Nevin, can you talk a little bit about your personal experience and those of others from your university in entering the job market? Was it a walk in the park? Were there any challenges faced?
So my personal experience of entering the job market has been kind of unique. I didn't really get into cybersecurity until about 2 years ago. I started off going in college or my university at the pre-med route, so going in for a med degree and then going to doctorate school. However, after I found my passion for cybersecurity, I sort of went down deep into the rabbit hole. Regarding my entrance to the industry, I had somewhat smooth interest in the job market. This was due to the connections I made within the past 2 years. more focusing on just networking and meeting people within the local area and throughout the United States. One of the connections actually landed me my past internship, which then led to my full-time job at Raymond James. Key characteristic that I think all employers, at least those I've encountered, are looking for is driving curiosity. Companies want to see students put in the work to learn more about this industry. So whether it's through clubs, competitions, personal projects, I sort of went down the rabbit hole, as I said earlier, deep into these extracurriculars, which helped me quickly pick up my previous internships and then land my full-time position. I think a common misconception among students is that they can obtain a job by just graduating with a degree. Yes, the cybersecurity industry is constantly expanding and hiring, but there is a great skill gap present in the industry. The lack of extracurricular and thirst for knowledge will create roadblocks for university students. So it's like what I've seen in sort of my university is that students expect to graduate with a degree and not put in any effort, and then they're not getting jobs. So I've seen it myself, and that's why I run my current student club to try and help students bridge the skill gap and land jobs within the industry.
Brilliant. So those kind of extracurricular activities have been useful, and you mentioned the driving curiosity there, and I think I've seen that personally also alongside the qualifications, the degrees, the certifications. Having that extra drive and curiosity is a huge piece. So yeah, no,
Definitely
understood. Thanks, Nevin.
No worries.
Okay, so this next question is to Sam. Sam, you check that you're available. We're here. Okay,
Yes.
So what skills were, so we always focus on skills that were taught. What skills were not taught in your courses that could have helped you prepare for the jobs market? And in particular, interviewing. And what do you wish was available in order to help you?
Yeah, so one of the things that I like to point out a lot is that we weren't really taught, we didn't spend a lot of time really practicing our interviewing skills, which is something that's pretty important that I kind of felt we were missing. Our school has a career center where you can go and like practice interviewing with, face to face with a person, but it's not geared towards like a technical interview, which is, kind of an issue. I think a couple of my classes did some kind of interview preparation, but it was for more like generic business, overview. So it wasn't really like that technical aspect like I talked about. And so when I had my first technical interview, I was kind of blindsided because I wasn't really prepared for those kind of questions. It wasn't something I had practiced in my courses. And in my capstone class right now for cybersecurity, we're doing some generic, more technical questions, but it's kind of late because at this point most people are graduating within a couple months. So to be teaching those kind of questions now, it's a little bit more difficult. So I think, we could have spent more time working on the more technical oriented resumes and those kind of questions. We've worked with a lot of different tools over the years and the different courses, but to be able to like help kids get those experiences and those tools actually onto their resume, definitely would have helped a lot more, I think.
Understood. So you kind of learnt by doing, in that case, by going for these interviews and having those technical interviews without the practice. So that makes sense, that kind of understanding that prior to getting to that point would be or could be really useful. There are, I guess, methods of doing so, and having that knowledge, understanding that these technical interviews are likely to be presented to you, again, is a really important point to focus on before going to any of these roles. So no, I appreciate that, Sam. Okay, thank you. So we then have Donato and Will on the screen at the same time, if possible, because there's going to be a couple of different answers that will come from these questions. Hello. So this is kind of from a very different perspective. And you've both been in the jobs market for some time, have a vast amount of experience. But there are kind of two parts to this. What was it like for you post-graduation? And what do you feel has changed since? And initially, I'd like to put that question to Will.
Sure. I think I'm unmuted, right? Yeah. So I started, I guess, as a junior consultant here, just out of uni, and that was 2016, so like 6 years ago. I do often reflect on the fact that I don't know if I was hiring myself, if I would give myself the job, and that I feel like, looking back, I knew startlingly, is that word? Startlingly little back then in terms of you pick up information so quickly in security consultancy that I think you're often reflecting on, like, there's this constant like learning curve thing, right? And I think one of the things that stands out now is there's infinitely more resources, support, online training sort of stuff available, often for free, than there was even 5-6 years ago. Things like online labs, things like online courses, even YouTube channels, stuff like that. If I reflect on, I guess, what I did as part of my degree, because I did a computer science degree, I think security, a lot of it then was, it's almost quite theoretical at a university level at times. So there's a lot of things like focus on cryptography, focus on privacy, those sorts of things, like a module in the third year of your degree, that sort of stuff, rather than a lot of technical focus and hands-on things. Whereas like increasingly it gets more and more embedded into it. You see people doing actual cybersecurity degrees now, although to be honest, like sometimes those have varying levels of effectiveness as well, because I think we'll maybe touch on this in some of the latter questions, but there's a problem if people are learning how to use a specific tool rather than the fundamentals and that sort of stuff as well. But I think across the board, it's clearly an area now where there's such a focus on it being like, it's like very commoditized, and it's like a whole vocation in and of itself now, right? It's like there's a whole industry around it and a lot more courses and things like that. And to the point, I guess I started on of would I hire myself now? I think certainly the level of knowledge that we see people coming in with and interviewing with seems to me to have increased over the last few years as well. I don't know, Donato, if you have any points you want to add to that.
Well, yeah. So I think, well, first of all, how I got into the industry, which was kind of similar to Will, but I got my first job in cybersecurity over 10 years ago now, which is always scary to think how much or how long has passed. But I didn't come straight out of university. I was actually a software developer before that. And I think that that's an important point, and maybe I am biased towards that. But I think one of my advantages or differentiating factors from a lot of people was that I was actually coming from the hands-on experience of writing software, software that maybe was vulnerable as well, but I was understanding what it meant to write software in a larger team for a company, software that wasn't just a little script, but it was bigger. Many people were working on it. There were business demands, and I think that gave me a different perspective and understanding, especially of application security. So at the very beginning, application security was my strength. Maybe that's, we'll talk about it later as well, but a bit of advice that I want to give people is that it is not just about security and tooling, as people said, but you need to understand IT. You need to understand how systems are built. You need to understand not just the technical parts, but how does a team work? How does a company create something that you then want to go and hack? And then when you recommend they go in and fix something, how does that fixing actually happen? I think that understanding those things, having experienced them, gives you a different insight. But if I reflect back on 10 years ago and what has changed, I definitely echo what Will said. It is definitely easier today to access information. Like, you can go online, you can go on YouTube, and contrary to popular belief, you can find exceptional, good quality content on YouTube that's going to teach you very niche, detailed technical things that would have been unthinkable to find in the open 10 years ago. So if you're committed and if you have passion, it is easier today to get all of that technical information for free almost. You don't need a degree. So echoing what Niven was saying before, you don't need a degree. We don't even look very often when we hire people whether or not they have a degree, but we look for the hard skills and knowledge and interest and passion that somebody has, and their ability to learn those kind of things. So that's a big change. And if I had to say another big change that I've definitely noticed, I will tell you that in my first few years in this job, Whenever I started a web application test, on day one in the morning at 9, I would prepare my template report, and I could put in my template report almost always, before looking at the application, I could write the list of vulnerabilities that I was going to find. I could write cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, cookie flags not set, all these things. And then in the first hour of the test, I could just go look for those things and backfill them, because maybe we had the industry was less mature, and we had applications with a lot of common vulnerabilities. Now, in the evolution of the industry, especially the clients maybe we work with now, that's a big change. Like, it's unlikely to pen test a web application and to find 20 vulnerabilities in a single application. You have to look, and you have to look more closely, and sometimes you find issues which are very strange. So on one side, you don't have to report as much, but on the other side, you have to know more, because the scope of what you've been testing is even larger. Like a web application was just a simple page refresh, server-side page refresh. Now you've got single-page applications, APIs, JSON, XML. So you have to know a little bit more, and that's another change that I've seen since I started doing this. And I think I'll shut up because I've been talking for 20 minutes.
Maybe just a quick point off the back of that as well, as I think we've spoken a little bit about the increase in resources and training from an offensive perspective, as in for us as pen testers, security consultants, that sort of stuff, which is absolutely true. But like, there's also a lot of resources and things for developers now. So the bar kind of shifts. So frameworks and things like that. So things like Angular and React, output encoding things by default, things like SQL injection is probably a really main example of the frameworks to do things like parameterized queries. It's actively really rare. You'll see SQL injection in a lot of apps now, because it's almost harder to make yourself vulnerable to it than it is to just use secure functions. Like when we were chatting before this, we were making the analogy. I can't remember who I heard say it the first time, but the kind of like iTunes analogy with pirating music, in terms of people do it the wrong way when it's easier than doing it the right way, is in terms of people pirating music less when things like iTunes and Spotify take off, right? Because it's then so easy to get it correct, like the correct way. It's the same kind of point with that SQL injection stuff. Is like, it's so easy to do parameterized queries and stuff like that now using frameworks, that it's quite rare actually. A lot of times now you see those sorts of vulnerabilities. But then equally, we still teach the fundamentals of things like SQL injection when we do courses like we have an Ippsec 101 course we run ourselves, because the concepts there, like looking for an injection point, figuring out which special characters you need and which types of commands you then want to execute, they're the same no matter what type of injection you're going to do. But certainly the bar raises a little bit, I think.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And I think one thing that I wanted to highlight from your discussion there, Donato, was that your background in, let's say, or your developer background was kind of the launching point into cybersecurity. And just from my perspective, we see that hugely across the platform, right? That those from dev backgrounds, those from sysadmin backgrounds, and various other IT disciplines often succeed and do extremely well on the Hack the Box platform, purely because they have that fundamental knowledge prior, and are not trying to jump straight into, let's say, cybersecurity as that initial step. So no, that makes a lot of sense. I know we kind of touched on it a little during those answers, but if you were to highlight some main skills and traits that you look for in recent graduates, are there any noticeable absences in terms of industry readiness? And we mentioned a little bit there about the kind of advanced skills, etc. But is there anything else you want to highlight?
I don't know, to start with, maybe not so much in terms of specific absences, but I think probably the main thing we look for is problem solving, basically. We kind of touched on this a few points already, like the point you guys were making about the developer stuff, I think is very valid, in terms of, it's great if you know how to run SQL map or some tool and find a specific issue, but it's more important you understand the fundamentals. Why is that thing an issue? Because at some point in the future, the classes of vulnerability may slightly shift, or the tooling you use may stop being supported or something like that. So it's important you understand specifically under the hood what you're exploiting. I've used an example a few times when chat about this sort of stuff with people of, I remember there's a guy I was interviewing who works in out who came from a mathematical background, so not even necessarily a computer science one. And when talking about SQL injection, we made the point of, okay, if you've broken out the query, how would you, combine this with another query that you were trying to execute instead? And his answer was like, oh, I don't know, I don't think I've done that before. But if I'm thinking what it'd be like in maths, I would imagine you need like a union of two sets, alluding basically to the union operator you'd want to use to do that. And I think it's just fascinating to see that even though he didn't really know the answer, he's worked through the steps and he's figured it out like almost live in front of you. That to me is way more illustrative than if someone just gives a perfect correct answer for how to do SQL injection or something. And I think that's always the main thing I think we're looking for in our interviews a lot of time is, yes, the technical fundamentals, of course, but how quick are they at learning? Because I think one of the main things that becomes apparent the longer you do this job is we're not experts in X specific thing, like application security, network security, whatever, though you may be as well. We're experts in quickly becoming experts on things because every single job we're on for a client, it's something new that maybe we've not touched at before. So you kind of need to be a quick learner is, I think, probably the main thing for me.
Yeah, I would hear that from you, experts in becoming experts of teams. I think that's the job.
I think it goes back to what it was either Sam or Nevin said at the start around having that curiosity and that drive also. And that's reflective across all of the roles in industry.
I think one of those guys said earlier as well, the point about kind of like extracurricular stuff as well, which I think is enormous, is like, if we're doing an interview for someone and say, oh, why are you really into cybersecurity? How have you been proving you're super interested in it? And they say, well, I've done a degree. I mean, that's great, but so is everyone else. Like, what sets you apart? And if it's, I did this recent lab on Hack the Box that was about AD stuff or AWS stuff or whatever, and here's what I found really fascinating about it. It's a level of interest, right? It's like it's not the most significant necessarily undertaking in and of itself, but it shows you care. And it's like, we're not necessarily looking for just what you've been taught on a course, but how you've advanced your own progression as a result of a genuine passion and that sort of thing.
And I think if you put yourself, so Sam was saying something about not knowing how to do a technical interview, not having training in that. And I think that all the traits Will was talking about before, we think a lot about how do we find the right people. And how do we interview people? So there's different ways of doing interviews. And what we're doing now as a result of that, especially with entry-level roles, we don't just give interview after interview. We try to create something where we can actually see people in a context rather than just in a room, sat on the other side of the table, or even worse, on the other side of a Zoom call, and just make a decision based on that. So we take people in for an entire day. We have them work together in escape rooms to see, all those soft skills. Okay, how do you play with other people? Can you solve a problem that's not a technical problem that's been already taught to you? That's quite important. We ask people to give a presentation about something that interests them. Even just the choice of the topic, how you present it, tells me a lot about you. And then if you are an entire day with our consultants and other candidates, how do you behave? How do you work together and collaborate? So all those things on top of the technical knowledge and your ability to think about problems is what we try to assess. So Sam, when you take interviews, in a way, you are also interviewing the person that's interviewing you, the company that's interviewing you. If they're just sitting in an interview and asking you questions that are irrelevant or not relevant to what you've done, so I hate this tick box approach. Okay, I'm going to ask you about Nmap. I'm going to ask you about, I don't know, R tools or stuff like that. No, like I ask you, what have you been up to outside of university? Hack the Box challenge. Walk me through it. What have you learned? How have you learned about it? So again, that's an invitation for everybody in the industry, especially for entry-level roles. Don't have a list of questions and just go through that. Try to see what the person has actually done by themselves extracurricularly, and that's going to be a much more fulfilling interview.
And I think you made the point a minute ago as well about soft skills, right? I think that's probably an important one to hear, is like, particularly for what we do, like, yes, it's a technical role, but fundamentally a majority of cybersecurity consulting roles and pen testing roles are client facing. Where like, it's great if you find the most complex issue in the world, but you still need to be able to communicate that to someone, explain to them how to fix it, like break that news in a non-soul crushing way. That sort of stuff is like those sorts of consultancy skills, and just like human interaction skills and stuff like that is really, really important. So whilst we're looking for technical skills and problem solving and all that in the interview, we're also looking for how you are as a communicator, how you convey where you're strong, where you're weak, self-awareness, communication skills, reporting skills, things like that as well.
Yeah, no, look, that's great to kind of end on that point, Will, because this, not disregarding the technical side, but having those soft skills are, of course, extremely important across the board. So, Donato, Will, thank you very much for your insights there. I really appreciate it, and we're gonna jump on for it to a bit of a different perspective here, and invite Dan Hathaway on the screen.
Hi there,
Dan. Hello. So, Dan, I'll jump straight into this question, but from your perspective, so from the recruitment consultancy side, what questions or advice are you normally asked to provide graduates, let's say, entering the cyber jobs market? Are there any trends or common observations you would make from your perspective?
Yeah, I think Will and Donato covered off a lot of really good points previously. I think a lot of what we do is a lot of the basics, which is not in a patronizing way at all, but a lot of the time candidates don't have a specific experience of things like using Teams, or that might not be their chat app of choice. Making sure they're in a place with good connection and somewhere quiet, talking through more interview etiquette, do's and don'ts. We don't want to prep a candidate, because that doesn't work. And clients will often ask off the wall questions to see how candidates' brains work, in terms of, I've opened up a browser and typed something in, tell me what's happening. And we get, clients that will ask those kind of questions, really to see what's going on, behind their rationale and their thinking. I would say that we probably undertake a lot less grad recruitment than we previously did. I'd say maybe a decade ago, we used to do a lot more. I think we're starting to see, alongside organizations like Hack the Box, etc., a lot more formalized graduate recruitment. Donato mentioned a moment ago that he's in charge of graduate recruitment. You'll often find a person within an organization, even fairly small to mid-sized ones, that is responsible for that. I do think that in terms of other organizations and bodies, there's a lot more that they can learn from other places as well.
Understood. And I imagine the soft skilled side of it is really important to you, at least, Dan, and to your company when reviewing candidates before putting them forward for positions. So I think everything you've said there kind of aligns with what Donato and Will were saying. But yeah, looking at it from a slightly different perspective. Okay. Look, I'm conscious of time here, so I know we have a lot of questions to go and a lot of questions moving forward. But what I'll do is I'll put actually, Dan, if you stay on, if we can go into some common traits that you've seen from persons that tend to go on to excel, are you able to give me a couple of points on that?
Yeah, again, I mean, I think some of them have been covered off a little, but it's that essentially the passion, and the drive, the it's more than a job. So we've had, candidates that on paper looked, probably less than somebody that's come out with a first from Royal Holloway or from Abertay or something like that. But actually, when they've got under the hood and had a conversation with them, they found out that as soon as they get home, they've got virtual machines running and honeypots, and they're ranked in the top percentile on Hack the Box, etc. Immediately, there's always buy-in from the client side. So I would just really overlay a little bit what they've been mentioning on the passion side.
Yeah, look, we see exactly the same from our side also, that those who are, and it's not just Hack the Box, right? There are a million different extracurricular things that you can do to identify and highlight your kind of passion for the industry, and adding those onto resumes and discussing those with potential employers, etc., is something that should be made louder, I guess. Dan, thank you so much for that. And I'm going to put a question back to Sam, if possible.
Yes.
Sam, hello. So Sam,
Hi.
we're coming to the end of this, but what I would like to ask is if you had the chance to offer some advice to yourself with the knowledge that you have now prior to starting your job hunt, what would that be?
So I think one of the things that has kind of been alluded to is that, passion and drive outside of the classroom, like what you're doing on your free time. And that is all incredible. But the biggest thing, I think, going back to, I've kind of seen myself fall victim to this, is having some kind of like product at the end of that. You can spend all this time researching and, playing on Hack the Box, doing capture the flags, home labbing, that kind of stuff. But if you don't have any kind of documentation for what you've done, like that kind of sets you back as well. Cause it doesn't have to be anything crazy, if you're just taking notes as you're going through a box or doing a capture the flag, but you need something to be able to show your employer, like, hey, this is what I'm doing, instead of just thinking of it from their perspective. If I sit down and they know nothing about me and I say that I've done, all of this work, it doesn't really mean anything to them because they have nothing that they can see. So I think, a really good example of this is home labbing. So like for me, I had stuff in, virtual machines set up, but I didn't have any kind of diagram. And so if you sit down with an employer and they're asking you about your home lab and you can't really give them anything, then you don't really have it, right? At least in their perspective, you haven't actually done anything. So I think, just being able to say and show more of what you've done as opposed to just having it on your resume is definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, no, great points there. I know we have a shorter slot for this. So what I would like to do, and this is a bit of a curveball, but I'd like to ask everyone to come on screen if possible. And if we could give, let's say, one key point or one key takeaway that you would like those who are tuning into this panel session to take away, what would that be? It could be a single word, it could be a line, however you want to frame that. And I'll ask in order. So Sam, is there one key takeaway that you would like to leave here?
I would say, going off of what I just said, documentation.
Yep. Brilliant.
Just having something to provide.
Thank you. And Will?
I was worried you were going to come to me second. I think it's something that we've not already said, because I think we've all made a lot of agreeing points here. I think one of the main things as well is staying current with techniques and stuff. So don't just look at Appsec and NetSec stuff, but get up to speed on like stuff like the cloud as well.
Understood. I know there may be some overlap here, but look, if the points are the same, the points are the same.
They're good points to make.
Exactly. Dan, I'd like to put that to yourself also.
Yeah, I'll try and add something different. So basically, I would say be organized. Recruitment can take a lot longer than you think. Don't worry if the first, second, or third application doesn't work. And just get out there, set your LinkedIn up well, set it to open to work. Again, lots of things that we see most candidates don't do that are part of the course basic stuff when people are immersed in employment.
Brilliant. This is why having that different perspective is perfect. Is perfect on this panel. Thanks, Dan. Donato, same to you.
So maybe another takeaway point. One thing that infuriates me, and I read a lot of CVs and covering letters, probably in the hundreds every month. Don't tell, show. Don't tell me generic things like I am motivated, I am punctual, I am smart, I am a problem solver. I do not care about what you write. Show me that you are. Show me examples of what you've done that tells me that you are actually passionate about this, that you're motivated, that you really care about this, that you're organized. But don't be generic. Don't just list attributes without, actually don't list attributes. Just show me the evidence of that.
Yeah. That kind of ties in with Sam's comment at the start also. So it makes complete sense. And Nevin, you've had the longest to think of an answer here. Would you like to finish off?
Sure, I'd say focus more on networking and extracurriculars, mainly because you never know, like if someone you meet at a CTF or an event or somewhere on your university, where that conversation can lead and whether it can sort of give you a full-time job opportunity or an internship opportunity.
Brilliant. Perfect. We haven't really discussed that throughout this, and it kind of links to Dan also in terms of setting up things like LinkedIn and etc. So guys, I know we have a lot of questions here, and the likelihood is more questions will follow, but thank you so much for this panel. Thanks to those who have tuned in, and we'll take some key points from here. If you have any questions for any of the panelists post this event, please feel free to reach out to them, and they'll be more than happy to answer questions, depending on how many thousands flood in. All to the panel, thank you so much. Enjoy the CTF, and yeah, thanks again.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks all.
Bye.
Cheers.
And that was it. Sam Nai and his amazing panel with some tips on how to land your first cybersecurity job. One of the things that they said that struck me, and for sure I believe the most, is that you don't going to university or going anywhere, it will for sure make a lot of things easier. But at the end of the day, in order to get recruited in cybersecurity, only one thing is needed, and that is skills and dedication and determination to never stop, never quit. So we're going to go on a small break, but after that, we will be having as someone asked, when is Head in the Cloud starting? It's going to start in a few minutes. So now we're going on a very small break, and then we will be back with hacking, with live hacking workshop by Panos on how to hack some cloud challenges from last year's CTF. So thank you all for coming. We will be on a very small break, and we're coming back with cloud hacking. And we are back. I told you that it's going to be a small break. Also, I know that you heard me laughing. It's one from the comments that I saw in the chat. I'm sorry. But that is happening on live things. Now we are going to do some live cloud hacking with the amazing Panos. I will present it right now, if you give me a sec. Perfect. So, Panos is one of the members of the community team of Hack the Box, a pen tester for years. He will present, I think, himself. And we are going to solve some past cloud challenges from last year of University F. If you want to solve more of those challenges, you can go and check out the track and, of course, our write-ups on the blog post. And let's get into it. I will not keep you divided.
Hi everyone, this is Panos from Hack the Box and welcome to the University CTF of 2022. I'm here to do a workshop with you and it's going to be focused on cloud hacking. Last year we had a lot of skilled players and it seemed that a lot of them had problems with cloud challenges. So we're going to show one that it was used in last year's finals and see how we can use the same techniques that we use, for example, in cloud challenges or just regular machines to solve a cloud challenge. So without wasting any more time, let's begin with the least interesting part. It's about me. Who am I? So my name is Panos Petsanas. I studied computer science. I had my bachelor's and my master's degree from the Athens University of Economics and Business. I was a CTF player for a while. Me and my team were from the first players that joined Hack the Box back in 2017, I think it was. And I was a penetration tester for almost 4 years, and I had really fun doing it. So this is going to be focused on the Amazon Cloud, or which is called AWS, the Amazon Web Services. So we're going to start with what is commonly used, and you can hear this a lot about the S3. So S3 comes from Simple Storage Service. What essentially is, it is a cloud storage service, and it's used by a large number of companies. And you may hear a lot of stories saying that data leakage came as a result of usage of S3 buckets, but this is not the case. The case is the misconfiguration that was happened. So let's start with some basic terminology. So the most common term you hear is S3 bucket, and what it is it is essentially a folder, a file system, and inside there are objects, which objects are the names of the files, essentially. So you can think of it as the bucket is a folder and contains files which are called objects. And you may also hear the term keys used quite often, but we will have a look at this in the next slide. So let's see how access control is being done in the Amazon Web Services. There is this thing that is called Identity and Access Management, or IAM. And in this, the different permissions are assigned to different entities. AWS only acknowledges 3 entities, which are users. Users can be a person, or it can be a service. There are groups, which is collections of users. And there are roles. Roles can be assumed by a user, they can be revoked, they can be temporary, and they are used to give the associated permissions to the user. All of these are written in files that are called policies. So let me hide myself. And there is also the access key ID and the secret access key, excuse me. So what it is, you can think of it as a username and a password, while they are not that. So there are 3 ways that you can connect to the Amazon Web Services. The first one is through a web portal, a web login. And the 2 others are either you can add these keys in your code. For example, if you want a script to access the contents of an S3 bucket, and this is usually when you find the leaks, that code gets leaked and inside it there are the keys. And the other way is you can use the AWS CLI, which stands for Command Line Interface, and is a tool by Amazon itself to access the AWS. Also, there is a magic IP. That IP is 169.254.169.254. It is part of a private IP range. I'm sure most of you are familiar with private IP ranges like .10.0.0.0, like most HTTP machines, and they cannot be used by the internet. It is supposed to be unreachable by routers, and it should be reachable only from the host machine, and it is, unless somebody tries to expose it by proxy, which is something that you should not do. So what runs there? It's the Instance Metadata Service, or IMDS, and it's used to retrieve user data and metadata of the specific instance that it's running on that machine. So for this, let's try to use what we learned on last year's challenge. Let's switch to my VM. Here we go. I launched the Docker and I got an IP, and I did a simple Nmap scan on it. So what we see now, we see two ports, port 8000 and port 9000. We can try to do CURL or KER to see the contents of this. Let's try. Let's try with 8000 first. And what we see is that it has local stack running. Okay, so better try the other one. We can see from the Nmap that it is an Apache HTTPD. It also has a title, Pierce Shopping. So if you try to add it in your browser, this is what it comes up. If you try to click any of this, you can see that there are not much things in place. So probably we have to find another way. And I proxied this. And right off the bat, we can see by the response headers some very interesting stuff. We have three headers. The first one is this one. It says expired by Hystrix. So what Hystrix is Hystrix is a software. Essentially, it's a library that is used for monitoring the latency and fault tolerance in remote systems. We can try to use the very common methodology of typing the software to find if there are any interesting CVEs, vulnerabilities, existence that exist in it, I'm sorry. And we also have two more headers, XAMZ ID and XAMZ request. Both of these are very common headers that are used in Amazon and AWS, so we know that this is an AWS that is running. And we can try to find some vulnerabilities in Hystrix just by Googling. And right off the bat, we can find this one, which this is the main part of it. So certain versions of the programs allow the use of a certain endpoint called the proxy stream endpoint to make requests to any server, reachable by the server that is hosting the dashboard. So if you remember what we said minutes ago, we can try to see if this vulnerability works, first of all. And after that, we can try to use this to access the IMDS service. But first of all, let's see if the vulnerability works. So let's make a new directory. We'll call it workshop. And we will need an index file, so I will just create a sample index file. index.html. And we are going to run a Python server, an HTTP server. And we're gonna need to do it as a super user. I forgot. So let's see if the vulnerability exists. So URL. I'm going to need the IP because I do not remember it. So there it is. So we're gonna hit the proxy stream endpoint. And we're going to specify an origin. And we're going to do this by providing our own IP, which first of all, we have defined. Okay. 10.10.14.3, I think was it. Let's see. And we get back the index file that we created. That's nice. So that means that the vulnerability exists. If this was a real case, you may have to try a number of vulnerabilities to see what works, but I do this in hindsight. So now it's time to see if we can use the same vulnerability to access the magic IP that we said before, the IMDS. So instead of this, we're gonna add 169.254, 169.254, easy to remember. In a way. And we see that it works. So that's nice. We will drop it. And we're gonna use this to extract user info. So one of the endpoints of this service that we can use to extract info is this one. It's called latest metadata, IAM, the access management, and info. So it works. We see some information. And let's see if we can do this to get the credentials of the role that this application runs as. So we're going to do the same thing, but this time it's going to be IAM security credentials. You can Google to find all of the endpoints of this specific service. I have them noted down, but by Googling you can find all of them. And it's S3-root. So right now it is very nice because we have all we need to connect to the web service. So what we have is the access key ID, we have the secret access key, and we have the session token. So let's try to use them. For this, we're going to use the AWS CLI. You can find the AWS CLI by Amazon itself, and it's on their website. And if you don't have it installed, you can just copy these commands, run it on a terminal, and you will have it. So once you do, we're going to do AWS configure to give them the IDs and the keys. So you see this part here because I already did it one time. I already solved this challenge before doing this workshop. but let's pretend I haven't. So you add this. You also add the secret access key. And I'm going to leave the rest blank. And right now I have to access also, not access, I'm sorry, to configure the session token. So let's do this. Set AWS session token. And we're going to copy and put all of this in quotation marks. Let's see if I typed everything correctly. I did, I didn't expect it, nice. So we can try to find, we can use this immediately to connect. And we can use this to try to find what kind of buckets we have access to. In order to do this, the syntax of the command is AWS S3 LX is the command. You have to provide the endpoint URL. Which is 10, 129, 136, 92. And you're going to do this on the local stack instance. And I forgot to add the HTTP at the beginning. Let's see if it works. It does. And it seems that we have access to two different buckets. The first one is called assets, and the second one is called private. For sure, the folder called, the bucket called private seems more interesting. So let's try to get the contents, to see the contents of this folder. And we have to add the name of the folder after the command, after ls. It's private dash 02 01 2022. And I think that's it. And it does, and it contains the flag.txt. So in order to get the flag, we have to copy from this bucket to our machine. It's just a standard command. So in order to do this, we have to type it. This is S3. The command is cp. You have to specify the bucket. That is an S3. .2 01 2022. And you have to specify the file as well, or the object. And you have to specify where you want it to be saved. We want it to be saved in the folder that we are running right now, the terminal. And you have to specify the endpoint URL one more time, which is 10, 129, 136, 92, 8,000. And it is not this. Why? Let's see what typo did we make in this. Of course. And it downloaded. If we do an ls, we can see the flag. And that was the challenge. So the main purpose of showing this challenge is that in order for somebody to solve it, they had to do a standard web hacking procedure at the start. like seeing the headers, identifying the software, searching for vulnerabilities in it, and then doing some research on the service that it's running. It doesn't matter that it's called the cloud service. Just by watching YouTube videos, you can find a lot of info from what I said of the services. They are widely used. And let's have a look at what we learned from this. So the first is like, no need to panic. You can try to do this. You can solve this. Maybe you can solve some of the challenges, but you have to put yourself to the test. And the techniques that we use in hacking are familiar and they work on different scenarios. Before going into something, it's very nice to research it and try to find the way that it works in order to find the way that it doesn't work, in order for you to hack it. And from what we saw is that an application is as secure as the least secure component. So as you see, the main problem of this application was not the S3 bucket, but it was the histories that allowed access to the AMDS panel. So when somebody's making systems, it's very useful to have this in mind and to treat each specific of a web application or a network with care. And that was it. I hope you had fun, and I hope you will solve some cloud challenges this CTF. Goodbye.
And that was it about the cloud hacking from Panos Pisanas. If you have any questions about cloud hacking, one thing that I would recommend, since this will be live, the purpose of the talks now, it is to help you tomorrow for the challenges. So some components, some things that you are not really familiar, or things that you are not really used to do, make sure to check it out again later tonight or tomorrow before the CTF. You have very few hours, but yeah. And we will go now, jump a start to the next presentation that is from Marshall, that he's going to show us how you can use Hack the Box professional services for your university. More focused, not just to students, but also to professionals, to the professors. And after that, we have banner exploitation, a live Q&A with Ernst & Young, and of course, your favorite one, the one and only Ippsec. So let's, I will jumpstart with the next video. Give me 1 second if you have any questions. Perfect.
Howdy, my name is Marshall Livingston and I'm with Hack the Box. Welcome to this year's University CTF called Supernatural Hacks. I personally love CTFs. I can't even begin to tell you how many I've participated in, from biohackathons to hacking satellites and literally everything in between. I'm especially excited for this year's Uni CTF, and for those like me that love the collaboration and new challenges that CTFs bring, I think you're going to really enjoy this one. I find that one of the most challenging things about CTFs and other competitions is preparing for them. When I was first starting them a little over 6 years ago now, my friends and I started looking at ways to train and get better at these competitions, other than just doing more competitions, which we did, but we wanted something that could get us trained up faster. This is when we started using Hack the Box and other platforms like it to train. For Hack the Box, we would focus on the challenges and would teach each other things like we learned along the way. Now this worked, but we have something so much better today to help students and professionals get trained up quickly with a guided learning approach to hands-on education, and it's Hack the Box Academy. If you don't know about it, go check it out. It's got tons of great modules that my good friend Ben Rowland and his team have spent countless hours creating and tailoring to be the best hands-on guided training on the market. This will definitely help you prepare for CTFs and competitions. More importantly, it'll get you prepared for real job opportunities. This is what we're actually going to look at today. We've ported over Hack the Box Academy to our enterprise platform, which many universities use in their classrooms to complement curriculums, as well as university clubs to help prepare for these types of large CTFs and collegiate competitions like the CCDCs. Let's jump in. Currently, we are in the midst of porting this over to the enterprise platform. So today is a behind the scenes video of Hack the Box Academy on the EP and how your university classes and clubs could benefit from having it. If you're not familiar with the enterprise platform, be sure to check out my YouTube videos where I go into much more detail about it. Here in the bottom left, we can see the Academy Lab, which has a lot of spaces already built inside from other users in our organization. We can see defensive training, web application training, AD labs, and much more. Let's create a space specifically for this UDCTF and invite some of my friends that will be in the CTF with me. First, let's go down to the bottom and create a space. We'll name it Uni CTF 2022. Now, we could make this private just for the users that are invited, or we could make it public so other people in our organization can see the material and even join in on the training if they prefer. Let's keep this one private for now. We can always change this later. After creating it, we are brought to the overview page, which gives us a quick breakdown of the content curated in this space, as well as some of the usage. Let's start building out some content in our space. Now, we know there will be some web app challenges in the CTF, so let's start there. We can head to the Manage button in the top right, and we are brought to this page, where we can begin to add different types of content, like role paths, which are a collection of modules focusing on a specific job role. These also have industry-recognized certifications tied to them. Skill paths, which help hone in on fundamental skill sets, individual modules, and also playlists, which are kind of like paths, but you can create custom playlists for yourselves. There are a lot of features here that we can't showcase quite yet, but playlists are going to be a very unique feature moving forward and have some pretty awesome perks in the months to come. We have several playlists here that have been created by others in our organization, and we could use them in our space. However, let's head back to modules and start preparing for some of the web app content. Now, there's a lot of different training we could start with in web app security, like SQL injection, authorization attacks, cross-site scripting, template injection, command injection, the list just goes on. So let's start with some of the fundamentals to get a core foundational knowledge with the team. We can do that by searching for the above that I just mentioned. So let's just search for application. We see a few that would be really helpful for the range and talent on the team I'm on this year. We have some new people joining me, so it would be good to put them through file inclusion, so let's add that. Let's also add SQL injection fundamentals. Web requests would be really good. An introduction to web application may be ideal. If not, they can always skip it. Broken authentication, cross-site scripting. There's just so much to learn. Okay, let's add the ones we talked about. We may need to make a playlist specifically for the web app training because I'm seeing that we have a module in here that goes over network traffic analysis. And I know my teammate Scott will want to do some PCAP analysis and other forensics challenges during the CTF, but we can do that in a bit. Before we start building out playlists, I'm going to add myself and some of my teammates to the lab so we can start diving into the content. Let's take a dive into one of the modules and see what the training has to offer. Let's pick Intro to Web Applications. This would be great for the brand new members of the team of this year, but don't worry, if you're a seasoned veteran and want some training in Academy, there's definitely content for you as well. Let's dive into Intro to Web Applications. Here we have a module summary breakdown that gives us an overview of what we can expect to learn throughout the module. We also have sections with drop-down features on the far right that gives us some insight. These are going to be great for newcomers to learn since it gives us a full breakdown of how application architecture is made up. Understanding the difference between a front-end vulnerability versus a back-end vulnerability and being able to identify it quickly will save you loads of time during a competition. And it's also a requirement to know if you were to ever move into bug bounty hunting or penetration testing. Great stuff in here so far. One thing to keep in mind is that this training can be paused and resumed at any time without losing your progress. It also says here that a firm grasp of the web request module is a prerequisite for successful completion of this module. This is good to know in case you feel like you don't know enough about a particular topic to move forward. You can always pause your training on this module and go back to the recommended prerequisites. Awesome. Let's start. We have some reading to do first that provides us valuable knowledge on the differences between web applications versus websites, as well as web apps versus operating system apps. Scrolling a bit further down, we can see some of the common web application distributions. Now, this is really helpful considering we will most likely experience these during a CTF or a competition, and will most certainly experience them when bug bounty hunting or performing penetration tests. I know I've seen these hundreds of times. Most competitions will have some sort of web application routing, and in this module, it tells us that some of the best techniques to use and start with is sifting through the front-end components, which would be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, aka the front-end trinity. Here, we would try to look for things like sensitive data exposure and cross-site scripting. This is great to know. Now we have a plan of attack when facing a web application. First step is to sift through the front-end trinity, following with a review of the core functionality and interactive components. Awesome. Scrolling a bit further down, we are presented with some web application attack types. We should spend some time here to familiarize ourselves with these. We also have access to modules that cover each one of these flaws and take us through how to exploit each one of them. There were no challenges on this page, so let's speed things along and jump to the next section and give that a quick read. In this section, we are covering web application layouts, which have many different layers consisting of the infrastructure, the actual components, and the architecture. No two web apps are the same, so this section breaks these layers down into very digestible and understandable points. For now, let's move past this section and head to the next one. Notice that I won't use the mark as complete button here simply because I don't want to miss out on the education this page may have to offer. However, Academy does not limit me on how I go about my training. If I want to skip a section, I am most welcome to. So let's jump to some of the hands-on activities which start in section 3, front-end vulnerabilities. Now we're getting into some of the front-end vulnerabilities that we covered in section 1, being sensitive data exposure. This one is pretty self-explanatory. It refers to the availability of sensitive data in clear text to the end user. This is normally identified in the source code of a web page or a web app. The image below is showing what it looks like when you right-click on a web page and select View Source. Now, this may look like a lot of junk, but in fact, it's exactly what we need to be searching through when taking our first steps and sifting through that front-end trinity. Here we are looking at links to external sites, any comments the developer may have left, maybe there are links to cloud instances that are being used to pull images, and other things to this particular site. There is a lot of ground to start covering, and this is just the HTML. Next, we would want to start going through JavaScript components, since this is where the actual functionality and interactivity of the website really is brought to life. Have you ever seen a login form give you an error because you forgot the @ symbol when filling out the email section? Or maybe you tried to put in a password and the website told you that the length for the password wasn't long enough. It is very likely the web app was utilizing JavaScript to make these checks. Scrolling down, it appears we have reached a challenge or a checkpoint where we need to check the login form for sensitive data exposure. In this case, we need to find exposed passwords and submit the password as the answer. Okay, let's get to work. First, let's spin up Pwnbox. If you're unfamiliar with Pwnbox, that's okay. I'm going to give a quick overview right now on what it is while we are spinning it up and spawning our first target. First, I'll select the region that is most appropriate for my location and then wait while this loads up for me. Pwnbox is a fully browser-based attacking VM with tons of penetration testing and forensics tools ready to go. You don't need anything other than a computer with an internet connection. No setup or install is needed. I use this all the time actually when testing out new CVEs or doing demonstrations with teammates or at conferences. The OS is Parrot, which is Debian-based Linux distribution similar to Kali. I personally love using it. Alright, now it's time for some hands-on fun and to put what we've learned to the test. Let's spawn our target. Now that we have Pwnbox spawned, let's open this up in a new window to get the full browser experience. Alright, now that our Pwnbox system is spawned in full screen and our target is spawned and ready to go, let's head to the link provided. We have some conditions and warnings here in the terminal upon initial launch. Let's take note of these and be sure to follow them closely. Now, we need to find an exposed password, and we can do that by going through the first steps we've been talking about, starting with sifting through the front-end Trinity. Let's start with viewing the page's source code by right-clicking and selecting View Source. To a trained eye, we would see the comment floating below probably before reading or reviewing anything else. We see the credentials with the password being hidden in plain sight. Nice. Let's take this and submit it as the flag. Great. Let's move on to HTML injection. This is another great topic to get familiar with early on, as it's going to be a good building block for other types of injection vulnerabilities, such as SQL injection, command injection, template injection, etc. HTML injection is pretty straightforward. It's unfiltered user input that is displayed on the page. It's that simple. This could be paired very dangerously with something like cross-site scripting. When going through that module, you will learn how to take this vulnerability we are performing in this current lab and use it to change the code that is served up from the server. An example is that an attacker would use something like stored cross-site scripting to inject malicious code into a web app, like having the login form send the attacker the credentials of anyone that logs into the web application, or maybe putting up harmful advertisements on a site like clickjacking. Scrolling a bit further down, we can see the code for this application and get an idea of what it's doing. We have a button that, when clicked, calls a JavaScript function called input function. The HTML text tells the user that you should click this button and be prepared to fill out your name. Right underneath that, we see an HTML element that consists of a paragraph tag, which has an ID attribute attached to it with the value output. That ID attribute is a way to reference that particular HTML element. This is important to keep in mind. It's like giving a person a name so we can reference that person later. If we look a bit further down, we can see the actual JavaScript and how the function is written and what it's doing under the hood. We can see it's assigning a variable called input that prompts the user to please enter your name. An if condition is next, saying if the input from the user isn't blank or null in this situation, then do the line below. The line below starts with document. Imagine document as being the main page made up of all the front-end Trinity code we've been reviewing. Get element by ID is pretty straightforward. We're saying so far, in this document, get the element with the ID of output. The .inner HTML is the value or text that the element should contain, which is now going to be your name is plus the input variable. Here, we can see that the input value is not being sanitized at all. So we could put in really anything at this function, and this function would just spit it back out to us. We could even put in an entire new HTML element, or JavaScript code, or a CSS right into the button when asked to enter our name. Pretty awesome. Let's give this a try with this new challenge. The question is, what text would be displayed on the page if we use the following payload as our input? Well, the element is a link, and the value of that element is the click me. So the answer must be your name is plus click me. There is so much value to be had in these modules. Even though this was a rather beginner module demonstrated today, we have so many that can get you fast-tracked into a new career or smashing the competition at competitive events. I'll create a playlist next for web app training, along with some additional content for digital forensics and network analysis next for some of the other teammates. That way we can all be training and preparing for upcoming events. Building out training materials has truly never been easier with Hack the Box now that we are getting Academy into the enterprise platform, as it will complement all of the other training solutions we offer. Universities typically like to combine the training we cover today with our dedicated labs offering, which is much more of a black box approach to interactive learning. It's a great way to take the KSAs, or knowledge, skills, and abilities, you've obtained through the modules and coursework and put them to test in a realistic simulated scenario. Finally, I'll leave with another great way to prepare for competitive events and breaking into the industry, and it's through our certifications. We have hit a huge milestone with launching our industry-recognized certifications in Academy. Currently, we have the CPTS, which is the Certified Penetration Tester Specialist, and the CBBH, which is the Certified Bug Bounty Hunter. Both of these certifications have full paths that have been built for students to follow. These certifications will most certainly stress test your KSAs in these specific areas of focus, and we have more certification and paths on the way. With Academy on the EP, you will have full unlimited access to these certs and paths as well. Good luck to everyone participating in this year's University CTF, and may your hacks be supernatural. Happy hacking.
What happened there? So, thank you very much, Marcel, for this talk. And now we will not lose very much time because we are a little bit out of schedule. The next topic that we are going to cover, it is binary exploitation with Zayad from Academy. So I will give you some time to rest because, we have been doing a lot of back-to-back. And after that, we will be back with some binary exploitation. Thank you all much for your time and for sticking around. And we will be very soon back. And we are back. Now we are going to showcase some live binary exploitation, and we will be using also the modules from Academy. So because also it's a free module, you can all of you go join Academy and also check it out, academy.hackthebox.com. Let me start presenting. Zayad will be the person presenting this track. Zayad is a member of the Academy team, training manager over there, and you have seen him in numerous talks, and he's also responsible for creating CPTS. So it's a really, really nice content to see. Actually, I'm very curious because I will check it out myself now, because it's something that I could never understand. Let me start presenting this, and we will be right back.
I hope everybody's been having a good time in our Hack the Box University CTF for 2022. In this talk, we'll be talking about how to get into binary exploitation. And when we talk about binary exploitation, we have to first understand what it is and where we can use it. Taking a look at our recent Hack the Box certificates, CPTS and CBBH, we rarely covered binary exploitation. And this is because we think when we are talking about basic penetration testing and web application penetration testing, you are unlikely to need to do binary exploitation due to the nature of those tests, of those pen tests. But once you get into more advanced pen testing or senior pen testing or especially red teaming, then binary exploitation becomes unavoidable, and it becomes quite an important asset for a pen tester, especially once they get a little bit more advanced. Those who want to develop exploits and identify vulnerabilities for operating systems, for binaries and programs, then binary exploitation is a must. So what is binary exploitation? If we go into the buffer overflows on Windows module on Hackbox Academy, it gives us a very brief introduction about binary exploitation. And it says, our primary goal with binary exploitation is to subvert the binary's execution of its instructions in memory, subvert them in a way that benefits us as attackers. So we have user input. We want to use that input, whatever it is, to subvert the way the binary is intended to execute its instructions in a way that benefits us, for example, to get extra input into the binary, or maybe even get remote code execution or a reverse shell. There are many examples of binary exploitation. Probably the most common one is buffer overflows, but we also have things like format strings, and we have things like heap exploitation, which is the most common thing we find in modern binary attacks on operating systems and even advanced binaries. And if we want to get into some historical examples of buffer overflows or binary exploitation in general, this module also gives us some fun snippets about some historical examples of buffer overflows. For example, in 2010, iPhones running iOS 4 were jailbroken using the Green Poison jailbreak, if you remember that, if you were around that time. And that used a buffer overflow found on iOS. Of course, later on, iOS introduced some memory protections, which made it much more difficult to attack such an overflow. But back then, it was possible, and it would also give you code execution on the kernel itself, which is the highest level you can get. Another example was a stack-based buffer overflow exploit on the original PlayStation Portable, the PSP running firmware 2.0. And this vulnerability allowed us to gain unrestricted access to the core kernel of the PSP and basically execute whatever code we want, which basically people use to make a jailbreak for the PSP and allow them to install unlicensed software like games and so on. And there was later on another similar vulnerability was found in how some of the games like Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories was loading the load files, and this also led to a buffer overflow, which was also utilized to gain unrestricted remote code execution. We have so many examples just for stack-based buffer overflows for this module. Obviously, we can go through them, like the one, the Twilight hack that was found in the Legend of Zelda, which also gave unrestricted kernel level access on the Nintendo Wii. And we also give a few other examples. Very recently, just a couple of years ago, a stack-based buffer overflow vulnerability was found on the PlayStation 2. When people now these days they have the ability to review the code and view the source code of the PlayStation 2 DVD player, and they actually identified a vulnerability, which was the fun fact, the very first software-based unrestricted code access on the code execution on the PlayStation 2. All of the vulnerabilities that were found back in the day for PlayStation 2 were actually hardware-based. You have to input like a memory stick and something, or do some hardware exploitation. So this gives us an overview of what binary exploitation and basically buffer overflows, how they can look like and how they can be utilized. Most of these examples are obviously quite old, because buffer overflows is no longer a very common vulnerability that you would find, because there are many protections against it. But learning it is very useful to learn binary exploitation. And this module actually even shows us some examples of how we can pop stuff into the stack or push them, and even how if we insert a very long string, how it would overflow the stack and overwrite stuff in the stack and write the EBP EIP. But what is a stack? What is ESP? What is EIP? And what is overwriting the stack and overflowing it? That's why we always recommend that when we want to get into binary exploitation, we do not directly hop into buffer overflows, even though we may be able to watch a video and understand how it's working, and maybe even write an exploit to do this buffer overflow. But once we start getting into a little bit more advanced stuff, we pass the buffer overflows. We want to get into more advanced buffer overflows, for example, with some protections, or we want to do rob chains, or we want to do advanced heap exploitation or OS exploitation. Then we would not be able to understand all of that just by understanding each topic on its own. We have to start all of that by having a solid foundation and understanding of the computer architecture and the assembly language that wraps it all. Which is why you see in our introduction to binary exploitation skill path on Hack the Box Academy, we recommend going into the assembly language module first. And this is what we will be covering next in this talk. So let's hop on to the intro to assembly language module and see what we can learn. So what is assembly language? Assembly language is the lowest level language that we humans can write to interact with the processors. We basically write a program to directly interact with the processor level instructions, which can be a very tedious task, obviously, but since it is the lowest possible, it gives us the greatest access to the processor and the greatest ability to be able to interact with the processor. If we want to see how higher level languages translate into the assembly language and lower level languages, we can see this example that's shown in the intro to assembly module. If we start with something like print hello world in Python, it would basically just print a hello world string. But what does this actually do when it comes to the processor and the memory? Python uses compiled C libraries, which basically would end up doing a write instruction in C, write one, which is the output, and then the string that we want, hello world, and then the length of the string, and then it would just exit gracefully from the program. We give the reference right about here on where you can find this in the Python open source, where this write and exit you would find how it would be linked to print. But basically, this is what it does. It uses the write syscall on C level language. And once C is compiled, for Python, it's obviously precompiled, it would actually be using these assembly instructions. This bit is for the write, and this bit down here is the syscall for exit. So basically, it is doing these assembly instructions to write something to the screen, and then these assembly instructions to exit the program. And this is the lowest level we can interact with the processor. We are telling the processor to execute the move instruction, and it puts 1 into RAX. And if this is, obviously the processor does not understand the English language, does not understand what move is, it gets actually translated into hex and binary. So 48 the processor would understand it as move. And then C7, C0 would understand it as RX, and then 1, it would understand it as 1, obviously, and it would say, it would understand to move 1 into RAX using the move instruction. And this, obviously, the processor at its core does not, in the silicon, does not understand hex. It understands binary, only ones and zeros as electric signals. So we would give it 48 as binary, and then C7, C0 and binary, and then 1. And it would actually be able to translate all of that and execute the move instruction. Now, by the end of the module, obviously, this will be very easy to understand. This is like quite basic syscall, but this gives us an idea of how the processor understands this print world instruction or call in Python line of code, and how it actually gets into executing it. Now, if we keep going into this section, we see once again the section mentions the value of learning assembly and learning the computer architecture for us as pen testers. And just to reiterate, having the ability to understand assembly code gives us a great advantage in being able to disassemble, debug, and follow the binary instruction execution in memory and see how it goes, and which would allow us to basically reverse engineer some binaries and even identify some vulnerabilities. And even if we had access to the open source of the program that we want to debug, and we find a vulnerability in the source code itself, to be able to develop an exploit for that, we still need to learn and understand how the instructions are happening in memory, so that we can interfere with the memory execution of instructions and properly input our malicious input right into and inject it right into memory. So going into the next section, we see that this section covers computer architecture. The very first paragraph here is a very brief summary of a book called The Innovators by Walter Isaacson, which is the author best known for his autobiography of Steve Jobs. And this is a very fun read. I really recommend reading it if you want to understand and learn how computers got to where they are today, from the very basics and early day of computers in the 1850s. But what we want to know and understand is the von Neumann architecture, which is the architecture most of modern computers today, perhaps all of them, are based on. And this architecture was developed to enable the general purpose computer principle that was proposed and later on even achieved by Alan Turing himself. And using the von Neumann architecture and Alan Turing's proposal was all built on the works of Charles Babbage in the 1850s, like I mentioned. And Charles Babbage actually proposed the concept of being able to create machines that automatically calculate some calculations, so we don't have to do them on our own. So it would automatically, without any human interference, take an algorithm that we can program, and it would actually execute it and yield the result. And Charles Babbage did not actually get into applying this proposal, but his student, Ada Lovelace, actually was the very first programmer identified today. She was able to write an algorithm using Charles Babbage's proposal and get it to actually execute automatically and yield the result. So our main takeaway of this is the von Neumann architecture, which runs most of modern computers today. So in a very simplistic view of the von Neumann architecture, we have a central processing unit, and on one side we have a short-term memory like cache or the RAM, and on the other side we have the I/O like the keyboard, display, or even the long-term storage. The CPU itself has the CU, which is the control unit, and the ALU, which is the arithmetic logic unit, and finally it has some registers. We will get into all of that in a bit. But this is basically the von Neumann architecture, which, as you can tell, runs most of modern computers. We know about RAM and cache and CPUs, and we know about long-term storage like SSD and HDD and displays and keyboard, which is basically the modern computer architecture. The section afterwards gets into more details about the memory, the I/O, and all of their components. We will not have time to get into details, but let's take a look at them. We first of all have the memory, which, as we discussed, have two examples, which are the cache and the random access memory. The cache, being the closest to the CPU, it is the smallest. So we have the level 1 cache, the fastest kind of caches, but it is only in kilobytes in size because it lies on each CPU core. So if we have 8 cores, we have 8 level 1 caches. Then we have the level 2 cache, which is shared by all cores, but it lies right within the CPU itself, and it makes it the second fastest after the caches. And obviously we have something that is faster than the caches, which is the registers, but they are very small in size, just bytes. And level 2 caches are in megabytes. Also, some processors may also have the level 3 caches, and they are also in megabytes, a little bit slower than level 2 caches. Next, we have the RAM, and RAM is much larger in size than the caches, and for that, it cannot lie directly on the CPU itself. The RAM can be in gigabytes in size or even terabytes in size to be able to handle all of the live data about any running application. And if we have things like games or data processing AI applications, they can have very large data assets, which can be stored in the RAM. And the central processing unit can be able to very quickly interact with the RAM to be able to pull those data and process them and then store them back, which is why it needs to be very fast, but it cannot lie within the CPU itself because it needs to be very large. This is why it is much larger, but also it is much slower than the cache memory. We have four main segments split into the RAM: the stack, the heap, the data, and the text. Each of those has its own use, and the section goes into details of what each of those are used for and how it works. The heap flows upwards and the stack downwards, as we can see. Then we have the I/O storage. And the main thing we want to understand about those is that they connect to the CPU through what is known as bus interfaces, which are those tiny lines we can see in any motherboard. When we take a look at the green or blue motherboard, we see tiny lines running from the CPU to any external ports like the HDMI or even the RAM or any other ports. And those actually allow data to flow between the CPU, the RAM, and those I/O devices, which allows us to be able to send data from the CPU to the display or even store them in the long-term storage. Those vary in size and they can be in multiples of 4 bits. And this size basically allows us to, the bigger it is, the larger amounts of data we can send and the faster it can get. So this gives us a quick look into modern computers architecture based on the von Neumann architecture, as we discussed earlier. So to wrap it all up, the closer we get to the CPU, the faster units we have. So the fastest are the registers, which are only bytes in size. Then we have the level 1 caches, which are the fastest apart from the registers, and they are kilobytes in size. Then we have level 2 and level 3 caches, which are megabytes in size, and they are also very fast. Then we have RAMs, which are gigabytes and terabytes in size, which are fast, but still much slower than the caches. And the slowest we have is the long-term storage, even though the modern M2 SSD drives are much faster than the old HDD drives, which were rotating to access data, but they are still much slower than the RAM and the caches. Now that we have a basic understanding of computer architecture, let's take a look at the CPU architecture and how it works. We mentioned earlier that we have this control unit, the CU, and the arithmetic logic unit, the ALU. So we often hear terms like this CPU has a speed of 3.0 gigahertz, and that means that this CPU can run 3 billion clock cycles every second, 3 billion hertz. And what that means is that each core in the CPU, so if we have an 8-core CPU, it can run 8 times 3 billion clock cycles every second, 24 billion clock cycles every second. But what does a clock cycle mean? We can think about it as a tick-tock happening within the CPU. So we have tick-tock, tick-tock, and each one of those can run one thing at most by the CPU. And running instructions, assembly instructions by the CPU happens in what's known as the instruction cycle, which happens in a fetch, decode, execute, and store cycle. So we start by fetching the address of the next instruction to be executed by the CPU. So what do we want to execute next? Once the processor gets to that address, it decodes what is stored there and understands what the user wants us to do. And then it actually executes this instruction. And finally, it stores the result wherever the assembly instruction instructed it to do. If we take a look at this diagram, it shows us how can this happen within the clock cycle. For example, it may take 2 clock cycles to fetch the address of the next instruction, depending on where it's stored. Maybe it's in RAM. It will take a little bit longer than if it was in cache or in a register. And then it may only take like a single cycle to decode it. And then it may take like 2 to 3 cycles to execute this instruction or even more. Now, modern processors do not do that in a sequential manner, but actually they do it in a parallel manner. Maybe it fetches the first instruction, and then as it's decoding the first instruction, it fetches the second instruction, and so on and so forth. Now, this may create some dependency issues, which is solved by what is known as the branching prediction algorithm, which is quite complicated, but basically it prevents the cycle from being in a cyclical manner where it is trying to decode something, but it has not been fetched yet. It is a little bit complicated and out of the scope of this talk and the module, but that gives us a basic idea of how instructions are executed in parallel. And this gives us a basic idea of how the CPU architecture works. Finally, let's wrap this talk up by understanding the assembly language of each processor, which is known as the instruction set architecture. Each processor understands a different ISA, an instruction set architecture, and this basically is the assembly language it understands in binary. The ISA specifies the syntax and semantics of the assembly language this processor understands, and it specifies the type of instructions it can handle, the types of registers it utilizes, what kind of memory addresses it uses, and the data types it can understand, like the byte, word, double word, and so on. And the module in this section goes into more details about that. But the main thing we want to understand is that today we have two common ISAs, the CISC architecture and the RISC architecture. The CISC architecture, or Complex Instruction Set Computer, is most commonly known for Intel and AMD processors today, and the RISC architecture, the Reduced Instruction Set Computer, is most commonly known for ARM and more recently the Apple M1 processors. The CISC architecture prefers complex instructions, which means it prefers to store complex instructions right within the silicon itself, so they can be executed by a single assembly line or a single instruction cycle. And this allows the processor itself to write down to the silicon very complex instructions, and when we want to use any of them, if they are very often frequently used, we can just use a single assembly instruction. Where on the other hand, the RISC architecture preferred only storing the most commonly used instructions, hence the reduced instruction set, on the silicon itself. So only the mandatory ones are stored, and then we try to use those, the add and multiply and so on, to create more complex instructions using assembly language or using the software basically. And this allows RISC processors to execute any instruction using only one clock cycle, whereas the CISC processors will use usually more than one. And at the same time, the RISC processors would have a reduced instruction set of only about 200 supported instructions, whereas the CISC processors would have a huge variety of instructions that we can use in our disposal. So if we take a look at comparing the CISC and RISC architecture at a clock cycle level, as we saw earlier, the CISC architecture may fetch something in 2 clock cycles and then it decodes it, and at the same time it would start fetching the other, and some of those instructions may take 2 to 3 cycles. But when it comes to RISC, this can be very streamlined. Each one of them would take 1 clock cycle exactly, which allows it to easily predict what's going to happen next and when it's going to happen. Now, in the past, having complex instructions written directly in the silicon allowed us to execute those complex instructions very fast because they were written directly in the silicon in a very efficient manner. Whereas if we want to write something in software, it would be less efficient because we humans are not very efficient in writing code. But today, with having very advanced abilities of writing code and very advanced AI written assembly code, we can have very efficient assembly code that runs very efficient software, which is starting to make RISC processors become much more efficient than CISC processors. And at the same time, because it is only taking 1 clock cycle per instruction, it is also much more energy efficient, which is why we are seeing modern MacBooks using much less energy than their Intel counterparts. And at the same time, the iPhones or mobile phones that we use much less energy to execute applications when compared to modern laptops and computers. So this gives us a brief look into what the main differences between RISC and CISC are, and what an ISA or the assembly language of each processor is, and how it can make the difference between what we see as ARM or M1 processors versus the Intel and AMD processors, and how that ISA, our assembly language, can make a difference. And with that, we can wrap up today's talk by hopefully having understood the CPU architecture and the different ISAs between each CPUs, and the general computer architecture and the assembly language underlying each of them. Now, you can go through the module and read each of those sections to get a general idea of what assembly language and computer architecture is, and then you can go through the entire module, which is quite lengthy and full of details, to understand the x86 64 assembly language and how you can write assembly instructions and assembly language, and understand the x86 assembly language and architecture. And once you understand one assembly language, it becomes much easier to understand other assembly languages, especially if you understand how assembly language works when it comes to processors and how the computer architecture works in general. And hopefully, once you complete the Intro to Assembly module in Hack the Box Academy, you would get a very solid foundation of how assembly language runs and how programs use the modern computer architecture and the assembly language to execute their instructions. And this hopefully would sit you on a very solid foundation for binary exploitation greatness. Thank you everyone for taking the time to attend this talk, and I hope it was entertaining and you had a thing or two to learn from this talk. Thanks everyone, and see you next time.
And that was all about binary exploitation. We are going to go in a few minutes of a break, and then we will be live for a QA with our amazing team from Ernst & Young and Lorenzo Bernardi, that he will be here in order to reply all of your questions about how to land and succeed your first cybersecurity job. But also after that, we have Ippsec, a talk that is not only about hacking, but about, actually, it's a life-changing talk, which we will show at the end of the stream. We will upload it also later on our YouTube channel. But yes, we're going on a very small break because we're behind the schedule. And thank you very much, Lorenzo, for waiting. And we're going to go for live QA with the amazing Ernst & Young team, our sponsor for the CTF. We are going on a small break and we'll be right back. And we are back. I like that I do this in order to show that I'm back. So we are back, and I'm going to introduce our amazing guest from Ernst & Young, Lorenzo Bernardi. How are you, Lorenzo? How have you been doing?
I am pretty good, thanks. What about yourself?
I'm okay. I was very stressed at the start because a whole lot of things happened in order to things to not go on the right way for the stream today, but okay, everything changed. How is everything on your side? How was your day as of now?
Yeah, my days are pretty full, actually. We have plenty of work, and it's a great opportunity also to discuss with students that are going into the business world afterwards. So we need a lot of people, and that's everywhere. So that's pretty good that we have so many people interested in security nowadays.
Yes. So would you like to say little things about yourself, who you are?
Yeah. So I'm Lorenzo. I'm based in Belgium. I'm responsible for all the offensive security that we do within EY, amongst other topics. Also have other technical things like incident response and so on. We actually have different advanced security centers in the globe, so we have different teams across the world, and I'm responsible also for the team in Belgium, which delivers penetration testing, red teaming, and so on. I have to love listen, and I love to spend my time also on IT topics in general. So contributing to open source projects, security or not related, learning and sharing knowledge with people.
Nice. And what, as of now, if I had to ask you, what is your favorite project that you have worked on, a red team, phishing, something like a campaign, a malware, something that you created, your most notorious project?
Yeah, I will be honest. I really like when we do the physical intrusion component in the red teaming exercises. So, for example, you try to breaking into the headquarters of the bank, try to plug a Raspberry Pi. If you've seen Mr. Robots, we do that in real life. That's pretty interesting to see sometimes how easy it is to get in and to access the network. And when you tell the customer you have access to all the ATMs in the country, that's really raising awareness with people and letting them know, look, you think you are safe, but you still have some things to fix. That's something I really like to do. And also working with amazing people in the team.
Nice. And because you said that you are doing also intrusions and like physical, trying to hack the physical first. Do you, before, if one of the people that attend now the talks and wanted to participate, like they get recruited to maybe their interns there, do you prep your team before you deep dive in or before a project like that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So we don't let people start on the job and go alone on that. So usually we team them up with people with more experience, and we have a lot of training opportunities, but we also like to do the training on the job. And I think that's one of the best way to learn, to team up people that started or that are interested in certain topics with people that have done this for multiple years. That's a really good way for them to learn.
Nice. And about you, how did you break into cybersecurity? How did you start it?
Since I'm young, I always like to see how things works and how I can break them in the sense of making them do some unintended things. So that's normally that I started with like video games and so on when I was young to try to modify them, and then I really liked to play with IT in general. And that's when the security aspect came in. What if you can bypass some security measures that are in place? So that's when I started studying IT. There was no curriculum specific to security in the past. So that was really hands-on, a lot of electronics, administration, networking, and so on. And I've been a self-learner in terms of security by myself. My first job was managing the environment for a small company of 25 people, but I rebuilt the entire environment from scratch and did that for 1 year and a half. And then I had the opportunity to join EY as a pen tester. So that's really the things I tend to do. So I started as a pen tester, pen testing mainly financial services. And I quickly took the lead of the team, the technical team doing pen testing, and years after years, I built the internal community that we have globally now. We have around 600 pen testers, a bit more, I think. I don't have the latest counts globally. So that's really willing to learn and really communicate with people and share experience, avoid redoing things everywhere in the world. You know, when you have such a big company, people tend to do things on their own. So really trying to connect everyone to make sure that we have the same methodology, the same tooling. We don't duplicate the work, but we go to the next step.
Okay. And how many years you are now currently? How many years now you're in Ernst & Young?
Nearly 9 years, I think.
9 years. Okay, impressive. And how how you landed, like how you started and you got into this high position that you are now?
Yeah, so I was contacted by the recruiter, and actually I didn't know what EY was when they contacted me. I was like, "What is this?" So it took them time to reach out to me. They had to try multiple times, but we finally had the first interview, and then I noticed, okay, those guys are doing some pretty cool stuff. I'm not aware of it. Then I really enjoyed what I was doing, and I wanted to go to the next level. So that's one of the things that we try to do if people want to take initiative, want to bring something new. Like for example, for the red teaming, I really took it up. Which I'm now responsible for it in Europe. Because I took it up, I took it to build the team locally, to help the other teams to build it as well in terms of capability, and really to share the experience, to build internal tooling, to work with external, with the entire community outside of EY. And for example, I'm one of the main developers for Red Elk, which is a tool used for red teaming that was built by people from Outflank. Which I modified and speaking with them and so on. So I'm now one of the lead developers also with them on this. So really trying to see how we can be better overall within security, and that's really important. I think don't work in silos, but really sharing is caring. I think that's my motto. And
this is quite an interesting fact. I didn't know that you do that. Like, besides building your own and the custom internal tools, that you also work with others. Or I would figure that you all maintain your personal repos, that not that you publicly contribute to other projects. That's really cool. And now that we're seeing about some projects, which are some of since you discussed about red teaming, some of your favorite tools that people should dive into.
yeah, one of the main tools that we use professionally is still Cobalt Strike, because it's quite malleable, and in terms of logging and working together is really nice. But what I like to do is also to build a lot of customization on top of it. So to make sure that it's not the default profile, but it's really something more advanced. So really deep diving, I think, in specific topics, specific vulnerabilities, trying to learn how everything works. I've noticed it's better if you also try to learn the defense side. So I worked a lot on incident response, investigating real case of ransomware and so on for big organization. And that helps to see from a defense perspective how people react, and then you are better at attacking. So that's really complementary if you can know both sides of the job, and that's what I'm trying to teach the team there that we have is don't get stuck with just pen testing, but try to work also on other things security related, implementing your own stuff. So I did a lot of software development on the side, setting up my infrastructure, like I have a Kubernetes cluster at home and things like that to stay up to date. And that's really what helps to learn the technology, know how they work, and then you are better when you need to break it for pen testing, basically.
Nice. And for pen testing and red teaming, have you also traveled a lot, like go around the world? And is this an option for people that get recruited in EY, that they will be able to travel also for their missions?
Yeah, we work a lot with other teams in other countries. I had the chance to travel multiple times in different countries, mainly within Europe. For example, we worked a lot with Norway. We went in Switzerland, in the UK, in Italy. So really trying to mix the teams and to give the opportunity for people that are willing to travel as well. So that's really a good opportunity and a good pre-value of working for a global organization, and something that is more difficult to do when you are in a small boutique firm that operates only in one country. And I also had the opportunity to travel for conferences. I went multiple times to DEF CON, for example. We gave one workshop one day with one of my colleagues, and yeah, I really like to meet people, and I think that's really one of the most important things. Get your network, build your network at your own level, and people that you will interact with, and that's a good advice. I think people you will interact with now at the same level as you will grow as you grow in companies, and then you will have really good contacts. So professionally, that's also important.
Nice. And okay, there are all these options. One of our chats said an obligation. I will tell you that I have been part of those trips when I was a pen tester, and I have to say it was an amazing opportunity, because they send you from the start in order to learn and see some things. And it was not only quite fun, but you get also to work with local teams over there and completely different mindsets. The people's culture change also their hacking culture. Never thought of that. I saw that with those business trips. And now they're talking about, okay, they will travel, but before they travel, before they even recruited, what do you look in those, when a student comes or a very young professional that now starts his cybersecurity career, their cybersecurity career, sorry, what do you look into their CV?
Yeah, the first thing is really looking at the investment that they want to make. So we want people that know thing a bit, at least the basics, but we really want people that are willing to learn and that are really motivated to get into the job. And that's one of the most important. The profile you need for a pen tester is not somebody that knows everything, because that doesn't exist, but somebody that is willing to learn and that can learn fast. So what we invest a lot also is in internships. I think it was last year we had like 10 interns in the team in Belgium, really trying to work with the schools and to see how we can help the students to be operational, to start working quickly in a corporate environment, and to make sure that the curriculum is in line with what is needed in organizations. So really make sure you tailor your CV to the job you are applying for. That's one thing, and that you really show motivation. Try if you can to have a first discussion, make a motivation letter to explain what you want to do, what you are willing to learn, and so on. It's always appreciated.
That's very nice. And I like this recommendation because our before we had the panel from some university professors and students and managers from with Secure, and they said that motivation about it, but creating a custom CV pending on where you're applying, it's something that it's said for the first time, and this is something very cool. You're bombarded with emails. What advice would you give them in their resume to stand out? I believe by this you mean their motivation letter, or maybe their profile, or any platform. What would you recommend for their CV to stand out among the huge pool?
Yeah, I think the best option is always to look at the company's own recruitment site, because that's the direct channel for them to see it and to receive CVs. If you can reach out, I will kill myself, but if you can reach out to people via LinkedIn and stuff like that, that's also good, because then that's a bit more personal. Please don't send me too many invitation.
Yeah.
No, but really try to stand out, really show motivation, and that's one of the important thing. If you know somebody that works in the company, that's always good to get introduced internally by some internal people. That helps to speed up the process sometimes.
Okay, and okay, they get recruited, etc. How do you train your team? How do you maintain their skills sharp?
Yeah, so we have a mix of different things. First, everyone gets a training budget so they can do some industry recognized certifications. Then we have our own also internal training that we built. For example, I gave some red teaming or pen testing training to all people within Europe. So especially new joiners, but we try also to have some dedicated trainings that we give on different topics. And then we also work, for example, with Hack-the-Box and other organizations to have some training labs that people can access to train their skills. And that's really appreciated as well, because it's good if we build things internally, which we have, but it's always good if you can have something that is recognized by the community and that you don't need to maintain on a 24/7 basis, because that takes a lot of time. So you did awesome work there, and we really like that.
Okay, that is very cool. So, do you have also like CTF days or there are any popular CTFs that you are looking forward every year with your team to play? I know you participated. I'm not sure about you, but EY has participated to business CTF that we host, and many students around the world participate in the Uni CTF. But are there any other CTFs you recommend?
Yeah, I will be honest, I didn't play CTF for a long time, except just ad hoc helping the team. I'm pretty busy. So I cannot say which one specifically for now, but what we try is to have our internal teams work together when we have CTFs from the different countries. So we try to build like mixed teams, and people can go, for example, we just buy pizza and they can go to the office on the weekend or during the nights just to do the CTF. So we try to push people also to participate to that, because we think it's really interesting and really fun to do as well.
That's very cool to hear. And to all young talent out there, there are some CTFs happening. First of all, there are in each country there are some competitions. In Europe, they're called DCSC. In other countries, I'm not very much aware, but there are for young talent from 14 years old till 25. I think. And then all these people get to go to the competitions like the US competition, the Europe competition, the Asian competition, the African competition, and all that stuff. And it is the local competitions. So that is something very cool. And you will get to meet also a lot of other students in your own age. And the PICO CTF is something very cool.
Yeah.
For all you young professionals. Okay, the Hack the Box CTFs, but just go to CTF Time and you can see a list over there. And something that would you give to, it will be stressful working as a consultant, and especially in cybersecurity as well. The bar is high. What would you what your advice would be in order to excellence in this world? Like, what did you do in order to face all these difficulties?
Yeah, difficult thing is to balance work life because you need to stay up to date as well. Just doing your 9 to 5 work doesn't work with pen testing. You need to stay up to date with the latest trends and new vulnerabilities, how to exploit it. So you need to know that you will spend time outside of the working hours to stay up to date. And if you are passionate, then it's not really an issue because we really like to do it. So that's really one of the key points there. And don't hesitate to ask questions. I think that's a really important point. If there is anything that you don't know, don't be shy to say, okay, I don't know that. I will try to learn it, and I will ask the question. I will do some research. I mean, Google is the best tool that we use for pen testing in the end, researching the information and being able to see how things works if you are not familiar with it. That's finding the information and being able to balance work life. That's important.
I agree, but I know that especially when you start in cybersecurity, it's a little bit of it's not that it's not a balance, but you do what you love, and at the end of the day, you do it for yourself. It's an asset for you, so it's okay to study. From study and working, you can never lose. And last but not least, why are viewers from around the world or those that will land the top in the CTF platform should choose Erste Young in order to apply?
Because of one of the main feedback I get from the team and why we still have people there, it's really the international aspect, working with clients around the world, with really big companies. They really like to do that, working with the other teams in the other countries, seeing different culture. But also we have the internal community, and people are well connected and don't hesitate to share with each others. And the projects we have are really challenging because of the international aspect of the organization. So that's why I'm still there after 9 years, because I'm learning on a day-to-day basis. And I always said when I stop learning, I will change, but I'm still there. So it means I still have fun. And then the training opportunities as well are quite interesting.
That's very cool. Thank you for sharing so much. Also, thank you, Adam, for replying questions in the chat. We had one question that, is it okay for a traineeship, for someone to apply for a traineeship without certificates? What someone should do if they don't have certificates like CPTS or SCP, things like that, or they are not, they didn't finish university?
Yeah, definitely. So that's not what we are looking at, as I explained. We don't expect students coming out of school to have OSCP or whatsoever, but we will help them to build their career and to go through that. So usually the OSCP, for example, is one of the basic certificates that we use for the people when they join. So we found that and give them the opportunity to learn on different platforms and different certificates.
That's cool to hear. So that was it, Lorenzo. Thank you so much for your time. I hope, do you want to share anything else with the people before we go to Ippsec?
Yeah, first thing is really have a lot of fun and really enjoy the CTF. That's really worth it.
Thank you so much, and thank you for supporting it.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. Have a good day. Bye.
And that was it from Lorenzo. And yes, now we are going to yours truly and your favorite, Ippsec. We are going to go on a very small break, and then we will have some live tips. I'm telling this talk is life-changing. That is coming up from Ippsec because it combines hacking and actual life. Thank you very much also, Lorenzo, for joining from EY and sharing some tips. I know also that I was very shy applying at my first job because I didn't have the credentials needed, but actually wanting something a lot and be very passionate about is what makes you succeed, not just in pen testing, in anything. Passion is the key to succeed. So let's go on a very small break. Ippsec is also in the chat. Thank you for dropping by. And we will be right back with Ippsec. And I am back. And we're back with the last but not least talk for this University of Talks. It's a wrap almost, nearly 30 minutes left. I hope you had some time in order to drink some water, grab some popcorn, chill, and relax for what is coming up. Yours truly, Ippsec. I'm going to introduce him a little bit, although I don't know if it's needed. One of the long community members and supporters of Hack the Box. Amazing video content creator, amazing skills in lab architecture, Wikipedia of hacking, you would say. He has also created his own Wikipedia, Ippsec.rocks. If you don't know about this website, you are missing. You can just go there. What is Ippsec.rocks is just a site that how you search on Amazon or anything earbuds, and lots of earbuds show up, and there you press XSS, and it has tons of videos with machines from Hack the Box that you can learn, the write-ups, some other videos, anything. So do yourself a break and really check this cool content out. So I'm going now to put Ippsec's video up. If anyone has any comments, you can always leave them at the chat. Did you like the video as of now and the streams that we had? I hope you find them quite beneficial.
On everyone, thank you for tuning in to my talk, which is the variable is what you make of it. And by that, x could be equals to 1, which means it's normally an integer, but there's no reason you can't redeclare that into a string because you control the universe around it. There is no spoon to bend because you can bend reality. X doesn't have to be a programming thing. It could be a negative experience in your life, but you look at all the positive things that came out of it and willed that negative into being a positive, which is one of the best things you can do for your mental health. And yes, this talk's going to get both into technical and mental things because it's all the advice I wish I had a decade ago. So with that being said, let's get over into the agenda because I know I'm going to lose some people at some point. So hopefully knowing these things come next keeps you interested in the talk. So starting off, I'm going to do the intro. Who am I? I'm going to put a different spin on it and talk about my journey instead of all the places I've worked because places I worked aren't really that interesting. Then we're going to get into the technical tips about keeping it simple, the importance of recon, and how to ask questions, which yes, I put under a technical thing because it's something you should be doing like all the time, right? After that, we're going to go into keeping a positive mindset by stopping the use of words like fail and just what a learning curve is, because I find that to be very important. And then finally, we're going to wrap it up with the reason behind the title of this talk, which is life is what you make of it, how to not do the bare minimum and go beyond. So who am I? Well, currently, I'm a senior lab architect at Hack the Box, which I find to be a funny title because no one really knows what that title means until you look at it in depth. If you abbreviate it, it's SLA, Service Level Agreement, which generally means Quality Assurance, QA, right? And that's mostly my job, right? I just go between all the departments of Hack the Box and make sure that people are up to like my standards to try to help them, right? A lot of people don't like QA roles. It's not a coveted job title because generally they don't go beyond the bare minimum and just follow a playbook. But me, I generally try to raise the bar wherever I go. So I interact with the community team, which I'm talking to you now, guys. And then I go over to the content team and help build machines. I work on the pro labs occasionally. I do some infrastructure things. Sometimes I do development, add features, or fix bad things on the site. I just wear many hats because I'm in QA. I can do what I want, right? Primarily, I'm self-taught and love jumping between a bunch of topics. I have ADHD if you can't tell. So I find it kind of funny that I'm self-taught, but also giving a talk for a university because I never went to college. I wish I did. I just didn't because I was working right away and didn't really have the time. But college is one of those things that I'm very envious of because of all the socialization. I don't mean all the partying in colleges. I mean all the collegiate events, right? For instance, the Uni CTF that you're doing right now, that's only available to college students, so that's awesome. There's also like the National Cyber League NCL, Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, CCDC, the Seesaw, the US Cyber Team. There's a bunch over in Europe that I don't know. There's so many collegiate cyber events for kids. It's just amazing now, right? The community has changed so much since like 2017 when Hack the Box started. And it's a funny story because when Hack the Box started, we didn't have a concept of retired videos or retired machines, which meant you can't talk about any machine ever. There was no talking about machines. It was all like the try harder mentality. Eventually, they started retiring machines. I started doing YouTube videos and became a moderator at the site. And when I became a moderator, I did what everyone does when they first do it, and that's search your name in the private chat and see what people said about you when they didn't think you could read it, right? And it was kind of funny. There was a debate, like the very first mention of Ippsec in the Hack the Box Slack is about if videos are a good thing for the community or whatnot. Obviously, I think 7 years later, we know they are. It's just amazing how much the community has changed, and I can't wait to see what the community does and grows in the next 5 years. If you don't know about me and you're confused about everything I've said, check out Ippsec.rocks. It's where I index all my videos. I want to say I have over 300 hours of content that you can easily search through Ippsec.rocks. There's a My Contributions link on that page that I try to put everything that I've contributed back to the community, including things I've made or interviews I've done, things like that. Previous to Hack the Box, I was a sysadmin, security, purple teamer, developer. It's an interesting story, I guess, because my very first place I applied to as a kid was a grocery store, Weiss, and I got denied. And then I went to Funkerland, which is a video game retailer, I guess kind of like Best Buy, and I got denied. Eventually, I was an umpire for a local baseball league because they didn't turn anyone down. But my high school teacher, who also taught at colleges, sent my resume into companies that asked for good college students because I did some coding on the side with Planet Source Code that is like a precursor to GitHub. So it's just an open source code sharing place, and I had a blog. The company hired me. So I had a nice job right out of high school. They were thinking I was a college student. I kind of social engineered my way into that one. After 7 to 8 years, I got laid off from that company. I know, crazy. Ippsec getting laid off from a job. And I thought it was a very bad thing at the time. Like, I thought the world was crumbling down. But looking back at that experience, it's probably one of the best things that happened to me because I got a new job. And that new job, they did a lot of things differently. Not necessarily better or worse, just differently, and that let me learn so much, and it changed my perspective a lot switching jobs. I got that new job not because of my technical merit. It was because I was playing StarCraft with a lot of friends. I did shoutcasting back in the day, and they're like, "You're a cool person. Our company needs a sysadmin. I hear you do sysadmin-y things. Do you want a job?" I was like, "Yeah, I do," and that was that. I mentioned the shoutcasting thing because I actually grew up with a speech impediment called rhoticism, and I had a stutter, right? But shoutcasting, if you don't know, is like John Madden is to football as a shoutcaster is to video games. They just like commentate pro gamers playing video games, which I know is crazy if you don't know anything about that scene. Like, you can make money playing video games? What? But yeah, I did shoutcasting mainly to improve my speech because a lot of people said I couldn't talk and I wanted to prove them wrong. So I did that for a long time. That's also partly why I do the videos, to help keep improving my speech, because when I get into security, it took so much time I couldn't play StarCraft anymore. Eventually, that company sold to another company. It became not a great place to work. I followed a friend there to a different company, which then I quit during COVID because COVID changed a lot of things and I wanted full remote work, which is when I joined Hack the Box, right? So that is like my life in a nutshell. And I say all that because I put a lot of prioritization on my socialization, not my technical abilities, because that's what's helped me the most, right? And that is just my opinion. There's going to be a lot of opinions in this talk. I'm not saying all my opinions are the correct ones. They're probably wrong. The answer is probably somewhere between my opinion and your opinion, so take what resonates with you ahead and just use this as food for thought, I guess, right? So my first opinion that I'll shout from a rooftop is hacking is an art and not a science. By that, I mean hacking really benefits from a little bit of human intuition. If it was a problem that can be solved programmatically easily, then companies like Tenable with Nessus or Rapid7 with Nexpose, before Nessus there was Retina, security scanners have been around forever. They would have solved this problem. It's not an easy problem to solve because of that human intuition. And I find it kind of funny because whenever someone starts out in the field, they start off with a bad flowchart. Because it goes very much like a program would do, right? They all just run all these tools and say, I'm going to run Nmap. I see it has a web server, so I'm going to run Nikto, GoBuster, Pharaohbuster, because those do web servery things. Then I see a login page. I'm going to run SQL map to see if it's SQL injectable. I don't know what this variable is, so I'm going to run TPL map because I don't know what this program does, but I had good results in the past, or I saw someone run it once upon a time, so I'm just going to always add this into my workflow. Then I'm going to run Burp Suite scanners, SQL injection payloads, and eventually you have this giant haystack, and there's this very small needle that you're looking for that is the vulnerability. But you put so much information around it, you've obscured it, right? I don't like these tool-based flowcharts. If I see this, I run all these things. Instead, I follow a much more question-based thing, right? It's kind of more of a social concept. What ports are open? What applications are these? I don't say the ports tied to Nmap because you may not always use Nmap to find the port. Sometimes you just use netstat, right, if you're on the box. Does this cookie name mean anything? Because often the cookie will link what framework it is, what language it is. PHP loves PHP session ID. Java loves J session ID. So you can identify the languages. Sometimes fields just look injectable. Your spidey sense goes off. I'm not saying don't run tools, but whenever I run a tool, I think like, will a tool answer this question? Because every time you ask a question, the haystack is so small, you know what you're looking for. And since the haystack's small, the needle stands out more. So you get the small haystack, look for the needle, don't see it, ask another question, build upon that, look for the needle, don't see it, and just keep that pattern going, right? So keep it simple. Let's say we have RCE on a server, right? A lot of people may just go straight into throwing a reverse shell. And this is just a simple thing that gets you a command line access to a Linux server remotely, right? But there's a lot of ways this can fail. And when something fails, you don't know why it failed. You can ask, like any question you ask the server, it's going to return a Boolean, yes or no back to you, right? So you're going to ask, hey, send me this shell. and it's going to respond no. You don't know what question it responded no to. You may not be in Bash. It may not be a Linux box. It could be BSD, Solaris, Windows, whatever. Maybe the server didn't understand all those special redirection characters, like that greater than ampersand thing. Maybe port 9001 was blocked. Maybe the server didn't block you. Maybe the network did. Maybe AV or EDR blocked access to Bash. There's 100 ways this command can fail, and all you know is the command failed, not why, right? So if you keep it simple, then you can extract information out of that, right? If you didn't do the reverse shell first and just did ping attacker.com, ICMP is going to be allowed to the firewall more often than TCP, so maybe you get a response there. If not, ping generally takes a while to run, so maybe the request takes longer. If for some reason both of those were no, you may still get a DNS request if the box tried to resolve attacker.com to you, right? So there's two different ways you're trying to traverse the firewall. ICMP works most of the time. DNS works almost always. If you don't have RCE, you can just test it off with like an echo test. And if you don't see the word echo in the response, but you see the word test, chances are it processed that. Or you can just go the sleep route and do a time-based and see if the page takes long to respond, right? There's a lot of ways you can keep it simple, so when it fails, you know why it failed, right? Either you're trying to get it so it fails, and you know it failed because it's not vulnerable, not it failed because something blocked you, right? I find that to be very important. So keeping along this mindset, ask simple questions, right? Let's say we have a server-side template injection, which is looks like a complicated exploit if you're not familiar with this, but you can notice it's doing this thing. I want to say this is the Ginger 2 template. Essentially, it's an attack in rendering engines, right? Python web developers have this web page that they create in HTML, and then they put these two brackets around it to put variables from the programming language into the page so the user gets dynamic content, right? And this is a valid template, right? It's got two squigglies here, two squigglies here. There's no mismatch, so the templating language is going to process it. It fails, it just returns nothing, right? It doesn't error out, it returns nothing, which makes it hard to identify. If this failed, you just get a blank spot where it failed, versus if you just sent one squiggly bracket, you may cause an error in the whole templating language itself and get nothing back from the page, like error 500, right? So at this point, you may be asking, well, if I keep it this simple and just ask questions one character at a time, it's going to take forever, right? But that's why fuzzing exists. So I like using tools like Fuzz Faster You Fool, or WFuzz, which is a Python version of this. Search.request, this is just a HTTP request. I put fuzz in capital letters where I want to send the input to the web page. Special characters.text, this is just a text file that contains all the special characters, right? And then MC all, this is going to be match code all. By default, FUF doesn't match all status codes, and I want it to match it all, so I see every result. So what you get is us sending the % to the web server and then the response back. Us sending the asterisk to the web server and the response back, right? So we can ask the server many questions really quick and glance and see the answers, right? If you want to know more about this, check out the Academy course, or just go to ipsec.rocks and type FUF. So let's play a game. Guess that vulnerability from FUF output, right? Looking at this, you see two things stick out. There's the size 61 at two places. This one's kind of a false positive. The ampersand's a weird character when it comes to this, because FUF, if you don't tell it to, doesn't URL encode anything, and the ampersand's used as a delimiter for variables, so oftentimes the web server just ignores it. The key one is the single quote. In this case, it's an SQL injection. It's not always going to be an SQL injection. It goes back to creating an uneven number of quotes, squiggly brackets, whatever. But more often than not, it's going to be SQL injection, because databases are very common on web applications, much more common than executing system commands. So that's why it's SQL injection, just because more common than not. The key thing here is I'd ask the server, what happens if I send you a single quote? And the server is like, error. And you're like, okay, I'm going to experiment on this more, right? So that was fun. Let's do it again. This one changes quite a bit. The web server on this hand is echoing the results back to us. And there's a lot of weird things, like we see the greater than sign has a different size than most things. And the reason for that is actually a protection in place. If you don't filter out these characters, the greater than and less than sign, then it's probably going to be vulnerable to cross-site scripting because the attacker can put HTML characters on the page. So how it works under the hood is the web server translates this into, I think, an ampersand GT semicolon for greater than. And then whenever the web browser displays it, it displays it as a greater than sign, but doesn't treat it as HTML, so it's not vulnerable to cross-site scripting. The key thing here, though, is the error 500 codes when it sees squiggly brackets, and that tells me I should go into server-side template injection and look at it more, right? But it's not all about fuzzing. Also, reading between the lines is very important. So here we have a bunch of Nmap output. The key things here, probably I would point out the Nginx server header, and then also a JSession ID. When you see Nginx and Tomcat, chances are there's going to be some type of URL parsing bugs. You can look at the orange side presentations, or you can just go to ipsec.rocks, type in Nginx Tomcat or Apache Tomcat, and find some relevant videos, right? So this is reading between the lines. Nmap's not telling us there's a vulnerability, but because we can combine two things, we know we probably should look for a vulnerability. And doesn't mean there isn't one, just means this is the path we should go down, right? We read between those two lines and saw something. Next one. This is a bit more tricky that I think most people would miss. The thing that stands right out is this workzug server header, which isn't a great thing. It's just a Python web server, but that's not what I want to point out here. What I want to point out here is the SSH banner. You notice something odd here in this Python? Whoops. The SSH banner says it's Ubuntu Bionic, which is an old version of Ubuntu. Generally, it has, I think, Python 3.6, and we have a Python 3.10 banner here. Most of the time, developers don't install a different version of Python than what comes with the operating system, because that just creates a bunch of mess. So here, there's probably either network address translation, NAT into play, or it's running Docker, right? And if it's a Ubuntu box itself, chances are it's going to be running some type of virtualization technology like Docker. And in this sense, knowing Docker is handy to us because Docker is a very stripped down OS. So when we try RCE things, chances are things like ping and stuff won't be on the box. So we know not to try that, or if it fails, it may have failed because ping didn't exist, which in most cases is unique, but not in Docker, right? So this is the little bit of information we can extract from banners that happens if you read between the lines. The final one, it's so easy, you could probably search anything on it, so we're not going to play a game. If you ever get an error page that doesn't say Apache or Nginx, there's probably something on that page that can tell you where that error came from. You may think white label error page is a common string, but if you just Google this, it tells you it's the Spring Boot framework, which then opens up a lot of new possibilities that you can attack. Spring Boot, vulnerable to server-side template injection. It's Java, so there's the log4j thing that just came out. There's a bunch of Tomcat type exploits you could try. You could try that URL parsing bug. There's just a lot of things you can try. Maybe Java deserialization. Just different attack paths that open up once you know what the framework is. And at this point, you're probably saying, wow, this is a lot of information. How do you learn all of this stuff? Because we're not really taught it. And the reason why I learned this is because I understand the importance of asking questions. I love questions. I ask myself questions. I ask other people questions. I ask my dog questions. I ask my computer questions. I ask my drinks questions. Like, I always question everything, which sometimes is annoying, but that's how I learn, right? I find a lot of people only ask questions when they're having trouble because they use it as a way to keep them motivated and stop banging their head against the wall. The next important thing you can do is ask questions when you complete something. So both you and your friend completed a box, ask them how they completed it, see how they did it, see if they did anything better than you, build up your framework that way. And then finally, I always like asking myself questions. So if I did something and there was a step I didn't like, I'm like, okay, let's remove that step. Maybe I guessed completely here. Was there anything I missed on this box now that I have root that I could have done in order to find this answer differently, right? Also, questions will help you make friends and build relationships that set you up for success later. But asking questions is not easy. There's a art to asking questions. I find a lot of people fall into the game of tag quite often when they ask a question. I always hate when I see a message that just says, "Hey, may I ask a question?" You already did, right? It's better to bait them into a question by explaining where you're at and how hard you've tried. If you just come to me and say, "Hey, I'm having trouble with this Uni CTF challenge," I'm going to be like, "Well, I don't know how to help you," and just move on with my life, right? But if you go and explain what challenge you're having, the things you've tried, by just explaining it to yourself, chances are you realize what you missed and may answer the question yourself, or you may bait the person into answering the question for you. An example question I have is, "Hey, I'm doing this challenge. I've proven cross-site scripting with HTML tags, but I'm having trouble bypassing a filter that I believe is blocking IP addresses because of blank," right? And the answer here is URL encoding the IP address. By an IP address, it could be 127.0.0.1, and there's nothing that prevents you from using 0x7f, which is 127.0.0.0.01, so 127.0.0.1 in hex, and it resolves. If you don't believe me, go open up a command prompt, type ping 0x7f.0.0.0.0.1, and you'll be amazed that it pings localhost, right? I like this question because it actually baited me into Hack the Box. This is from the Holiday Machine. Someone asked me this question. I was like, wow, that was very creative. Somehow I knew the answer. And I was like, where'd you run into this? I want to do more of this. And that was Hack the Box. So that's what got me on the platform. So the question not only helped the person asking it, but helped me, because if they didn't ask it, I may not be on Hack the Box and I may be at a completely different point in life right now, right? So questions help everyone. Once you ask a lot of questions, you also have to keep a positive mindset. A lot of people may ignore you. You can't take that as a negative. Just move on with your life. Also, this is going to be a hard field. It requires a lot of time. And there's always this unrealistic jack of all trades expectation set of you, right? Because you're the attacker. The defender, they get to build the playing field. They build it how they want. They research the technologies they put in place. They know the frameworks. You may not know Django, Flask, Spring Boot, whatever, but you have a good enough foundation because you spent so much time learning this that all those frameworks boil down to HTTP. You can intercept the packets in Burp Suite and just turn the battlefield into one you're familiar with, right? I think another reason this field is hard is because of certifications. If you look at the blue team field, all the certifications are vendor-based, and I think that makes it a bit easier because there's another motivation for you getting certified that most people don't think about. So if you think of blue team certifications, Microsoft, Red Hat, Cisco, Juniper, all the vendors produce these things, right? And if I'm a CCNA, which is a relatively entry-level Cisco certification, I'm not going to recommend company buy Juniper equipment. And if I get hired for a CCNA, a networking position, the company's not going to be like, great, you're a CCNA. We hired you. Here's a bunch of Juniper equipment. Good luck. I hope you can understand it. That just doesn't happen. Well, it probably does, but it shouldn't happen, right? So when you're a blue team, the certifications convert you into a mini advertisement for that company, right? In the offensive security space, we don't really have that. SANS, offensive security, Hack the Box, all of us, we teach techniques. We're not really a vendor-based solution, right? And that creates a lot of learning curves, which can be demotivating. Essentially, the learning curve, think of riding a bike. It was really tough until you did it, and then it was easy. If you don't believe me that this field is a learning curve, ask anyone taking OSCP. They're going to say it's the hardest thing they've ever done. Then wait a month or two once they pass, and then ask them again. They're going to say, what took me so long, right? Generally, that means there's a learning curve. You change your mindset, and then this field becomes easy. And I think the mindset that you have to change is learning how to troubleshoot things properly and thinking on a question-based thing and not a tool-based thing. I think those two things will help you get into this field. The other reason why it's hard to keep a positive mindset other than learning is security wins on others' failures. So if you ask anyone that's in the field, they generally do the same thing over and over again. Why do people click on these phishing emails? Why don't people update? No one checks these alerts. It's so easy to fall into those negative things instead of thinking about positives. And when you keep thinking about negatives, your brain's going to lead to negative things more often than not. And things that you used to think as positive experiences, since you've hardwired your brain to treat more things as negative, you'll lead into negative things and become a negative person over time, which just is not good. So The easiest way to not become a negative person is eliminating the word fail from your vocabulary. You did not fail. Try to look at the positives, right? You're taking a test, you didn't get the outcome you want. Well, you learned what you didn't know, which is a very hard thing to learn. If you're on a job, say a company hired you to hack them, and they stopped you, highlight how they stopped you. Highlight all their defenses. A company, when they get hire for a pen test, they want to hear how good they are. They don't want to hear how bad they are. So you're not going to upset them by handing them a report that says all these blinking boxes, things that you installed and configured correctly, did stop the attack, right? So they're going to love that report. In hindsight, you're going to remember all the things that stopped you. So when you go to a conference and socialize, you can talk about those defenses and find ways around them to better yourself, right? There's always positive experiences, even though if on the cover it's a negative thing. So try to take positives away from every experience. And the easiest way to do that is by stopping doing the bare minimum. If you only do what is asked, well, chances are it's not what you exactly wanted, right? So the easiest way to do more than the bare minimum is redefine done. So for instance, when I was a sysadmin, I used to do a lot of server hardening, and I thought it was one of the silliest things to do to harden up to a certain standard because there are a lot of things I just didn't understand, right? Or I didn't find value in it. For instance, in hindsight, one of the silliest things is I hated hardening like php.ini files to block system commands from executing because the web application doesn't use system. So why should I worry about blocking that, right? Well, attackers can put that in, and that's good, right? Another one is like Windows has this FIPS encryption group policy that may do nothing, but it actually stopped one of my C2 tests because I used RC4 encryption, and FIPS doesn't allow RC4, or maybe it was XOR. It was one of the basic levels of encryption. I was like, wow, that FIPS standard actually blocked a lot of C2s. Who knew, right? Going beyond, no one will ever complain, and you do learn things, and it also helps convert those negatives into positives. If you're in a CTF, don't stop at the flags. Go beyond root, as me and OXDF say, right? The flags are what the machine creator forced you to do. You did it because you kind of want to do it. You may have not want to do all the things the machine creator said, but once you root the machine, it's all you, right? You can decide what you want to do. You want to go and focus on web development. You can see how they coded the web application or coded whatever it was. You want to go into how to do secure coding? Well, you're already looking at the code. Want to go into detection? You can put like audit D on the box and look at the logs and see what alerts you created. You can literally do anything. Once you get the flag, it's only about 50%. And lastly, when you go beyond, you often socialize and learn from others, right? So practice makes perfect. The key to success is repetition. The results are not going to be quick in this field. You can't hack time. I always say whenever you have a long-running recon task, make sure you run it first, because if you're on the very last hour and you're like, man, I didn't run SQL GoBuster, you'll get the result, and then it's going to be over, and you're going to hate life, right? Always start the recon tasks up front because you can't hack time. Same with when you try to get results. If you just say, I'm going to be a hacker, I'm going to study really hard for 2 days, chances are you're not going to see results in 3 days, right? Just know you get results over time, and also write down every win. This is going to help you understand with repetition that good things will come. Also, the mind works in mysterious ways, right? You can't just surgically remove one memory from a person, because the brain, as we understand, is this complex thing of neurons with a bunch of things going around it, right? If you just do something one time, you create one neuron to one memory, and then we do things multiple ways, you're creating more passageways there. And that just helps with memory retention because you're strengthening that memory, right? There's a bigger network of neurons that know how to get there. That's also why if you focus on negative things or think negatively a lot of ways, it's easy to hardwire your brain to think negative. And why I think like a lot of people are in like this self-defense mode because everyone's been so scared of COVID for the last 2 or 3 years that they've just been thinking negatively for so long, their brain's hardwired to thinking negative because they've strengthened those neurons, not thinking about positive things. So the easiest way to rewire your brain to think positively is slow down, write down whenever you have a positive experience, because you're creating a journal of positivity. Also, you're spending more time on that, so you're strengthening the relation there. Also, socializing is going to help you a lot. Not only help you find jobs, but help you learn. So So most of my time, let's get into holiday CTFs because, well, you've got a group here doing the uni CTF, so let's take that group and do other things. If you want to do small programming challenges, the Advent of Code is great. If you want to do a wide range of hacking puzzles, Hackvent is another good one. I say puzzles because Hackvent is more like challenge-based, or not challenge, puzzle-based. It's not exactly going to be realistic, but that doesn't mean it's not good. I enjoy that event. Then, last but not least, my favorite, KringleCon, which used to be called the Sans Holiday Hack Challenge. If you look at my YouTube channel, Holiday Hack Challenge is the first videos I have ever done. It's a really great event for both red and blue teams, so definitely check it out. All of these are free, so no reason not to. That's it for my time. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Take care, and I will see you all next time.
And that was it. And thank you so much, Ippsec, for this amazing talk. Actually, I want to add that from the last things that he shared, those CTFs are actually amazing, and you should play them, especially the sounds one every Christmas. I know, at least me, wait for it, how they are, what is the theme this year, what are the prizes. Also, like it's crazy. If you want to get your hands dirty, we will not have a Cyber Santa CTF this year. Santa is saved, but make sure to check those out, or we will for sure create some content for you that you will hack while we are, out of office. Because I don't know if all of you remember, for 2 weeks during holidays we are out, and that was it. Another University CTF stream is a wrap. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining. We do not take it for granted. All of the talks are going to be automatically added on our YouTube platform and with timestamps, and also we are going to upload them separately in the following days. Just bear with us a little, because now with the CTF starting, it's a little bit hectic. And yes, if you haven't joined already, make sure to join the CTF tomorrow. Go to ctf.hackthebox.com and join. And what else? I wish you, all of you, health, to be very strong, very happy. Do always your best. Help each other. This is the amazing, the only thing that we have is helping each other. So make sure to do that. And that's a wrap. Thank you so much, guys. We do not take for granted for you to be here. And yeah, have an amazing rest of the day. Bye.